very good morning and welcome to day 2 of competition of the Tbilisi Grand Prix. We're going to get straight into the action, and Loretta Cusack-Doyle is going to tell us all about who we could be looking at today as far as the medals are concerned. Good morning, Loretta.
Good morning, Sheldon. And yes, there is going to be a lot of action, I think. It's going to be a very exciting day of judo. 73 kilos, we've got obviously the number 1 seed in the 73s is Tommy Macias of Sweden. Grand Prix in Baku, took the bronze medal, and he's also two Grand Slam medals, Abu Dhabi a gold and Tumen a bronze medal. He's going to have some tough competition though. He's got Football of Israel, a Grand Slam in Paris, he took a bronze medal. He's junior European champion, championships, he was a bronze medalist. And Baboyev of Uzbekistan, 9th world ranking and 9th in Grand Slam, Baku a silver medal. So there's some real tough opposition
and
there.
I see that you've just marked down there the only Georgian that might really give them some trouble, the Pridon Gigani.
Gigani last year was bronze medalist, so yes, he'll be wanting to take another medal here this year. So he's got to be one of the hopefuls for Georgia.
Right, next weight category.
Well, we've got the 81s for men. Penabo, gold medalist in Tumen 2014. He's world ranked 10th and he's the number 1 seed. So, but he's got some really tough competition. Tatalashvili of Georgia, he's obviously got to be a big favourite for Georgia in 81 kilos. Last year he won the gold medal here, but that was obviously in 73s.
Yeah, he's moved
so
up.
he's moved up the weight, but he is obviously a great contender
Quality
for
fighter,
a medal here. Number 2 seed, Mollaev of Iran, silver medalist in Baku. He had a fantastic performance in Baku, and so I'm quite sure he'll be wanting to repeat that performance here again today. And then we go on to the ladies.
Okay.
We have the number 1 seed. Well, this is
Catherine Unterwertsacher, the Austrian.
That is a mouthful, and but saying that, a fantastic performer. Olympic Games, she took 7th place in the European Championships, a silver medal last year, and Tokyo Grand Slam, she was a gold medalist last year as well. But she will also have some tough competition with the Russian. Again,
Gigaros, Diana
Gigaros. She's junior world silver medalist and also picked up 2 Grand Slam medals last year. So she's already put her feet there into the senior ranking and doing extremely well and be a very tough competition. Number 2 seed, silver, Brazil. World ranked number 10, 5th in the Olympic Games, currently 7th place in Dusseldorf in the Grand Prix.
She's looking more comfortable now.
Starting to settle down, but again, she's got some really tough opposition. Leski of Slovenia, young athlete, 19 years of age, and following her success in Baku, she picked up a silver medal there.
Okay.
And junior world bronze medalist, cadet European champion, and it goes on and on for her as a junior results show. So again, someone to watch today, but also watch for the future. She's going to be around for some time. And then finally we've got the 70 kilos. Well, Rodriguez,
Elvisma Rodriguez.
Again, she's obviously wanting to continue the success she's already had this year. Baku, she got silver, and in Paris, a Grand Slam, she also took a bronze medal, and a very special lady to watch, I feel. And but her the 2 seed is Portela of Brazil, but she's going to have a tough round with Gerszak.
Gerszak Sabina from Hungary.
20 years of age, junior world champion back in 2015.
One of the biggest
junior
talents.
European champion, under 23 European champion. Well, that's someone that again is going to really be pushing for a medal here today, and also someone to watch at the World Championships in Hungary this year.
Okay, we're going to start by taking a look at the under 73 kilo category. Let's go to mat 2. The opening contest there features Pridon Gigani of Georgia. He's up against Mohammadi Berryman of Iran. It's Mohammadi Berryman in the white judogi, Gigani in blue.
Well, like we said, this is going to be a very tough first round for these 2 athletes.
He's not really... The Georgians haven't got their top fighters out here. We know that, despite the fact that they took 2 gold medals yesterday. They won both the 60s and the 66s, and Papinashvili aside. he was their top fighter. So, but today it's a little bit different.
Well, they have actually put in a lot of juniors, haven't they? Some of them as young as 17 years of age. So they really are throwing them in the deep end and seeing how they perform throughout the day and throughout the weekend.
Well, that'll please the Georgians.
Well, Gigani, he took a silver, like we said, he took a medal last year, but at 73, so this is a move up for him.
So
he
both
started off really well so far with the Wazari on the board.
Both he and Tatarashvili moving up from 73 to 81 then.
Yes.
They've had a bit of a clear out because who was it that went up? Avdandil Chirikishvili went from 81 to 90, and Valan Lipatiliani went from 90 to 100, and it was Beka Gwiniashvili who went from 100 down to 90.
Which is not normally
no, it's
usual, isn't it, for an athlete to go down?
Yeah, well, he'd gone up.
We have a couple of women that have done that in the heavyweights that have moved back down into
successful
the
as well,
and they've been very successful.
I think most notably that I can remember was Jevries Eman, who moved up from 63 to 70, was successful at 70, and then came down from 70 to 63 again, from up and down. Yeah.
Well, halfway through this match, and the Georgian leading with the Wazari.
Mohamed, he looks as though he's just got out of bed, doesn't he? Look.
This probably feels like he's just got out of bed as well.
His hair is all dishevelled. And
lovely drop. Sianagi there now follows through, looking for something special down in that Niwaza. Mohamed there, as you can see, throwing that right hand, trying desperately to get across the left side of his opponent.
Yeah, I was impressed with the Georgians yesterday, given the situation. You know, it's tricky sometimes when you haven't got your top fighters in. You've got ones and twos. Really, the big countries, only the big countries can afford to do that.
When you've got such a major event here on home turf that you've not put in your number one athletes, especially for the public as well, because they want to see their champions on display, don't they? It must have been a very hard decision not to put them in.
Yeah, I think the difficulty is they're 2 weeks away from the European Championships, and that may be uppermost in their minds. But you know, you want to give something to the home fans, don't you? You want them to see the stars.
Exactly, and it means a lot for home countries. They don't get to see them internationally, and the first opportunity to do, and such a wonderful platform being a Grand Prix, and they're not here.
Yeah, it could be that we'll turn up in Warsaw in a couple of weeks at the European Championships and find that all of the top Georgians are there. You know, we'll have the benefit of seeing them, but the Georgian public in here won't will have missed out.
Well, lovely Ochigari there, and that was just
wow.
Repon. Well, that just came out of the blue, didn't he? Obviously woke up looking as if he'd just got out of bed, and
into the last minute we had to wait until he launched a really big attack, and he only needed one big one, that was it. Over he went.
Well, he did definitely keep us on the edge of our seats there. Hooked him with the Ochigari, lovely.
He absolutely gutted.
He's just gutted there. He
He gives everything here.
What was so interesting, the grip that he got.
Yeah, it was unusual.
Was under the armpit.
Yeah.
And he pulled in and he directed. It was very powerful. As you can see
the left.
there.
You see the left arm.
Left hand there, just hook it under that arm, driving.
There.
That was the driving point. Straight through his opponent onto his back.
Yeah, unusual because that's normally on the sleeve for the right-hander where he threw. That's normally on the sleeve. Got the right hand on the lapel, left hand on the sleeve. He had that underneath his opponent's right armpit. Unusual, effective, but unusual. Right, who've we got on there now? Sam van der Westende of the Netherlands faces Martin Hojak of Slovenia. It's van der Westende in the white judogi, Hojak in blue. We're already 30 odd seconds into the contest, but there's no score, and it's Sam van der Westende who's got the bandaged head.
Oh, lovely counter-attack there. Slinging, throwing the arm up the top, left himself wide open. And scored a Wazari for that. So that's a good start for the Dutchman. Timmy Waza there. Well, they're just checking that counter-attack there.
All right, well, no change. Wazari on the board for van der Westende. 2.5 minutes to go.
Chigari there. Now working in the Niwaza, looking for a Shimiwaza. Looks to be in a little bit of trouble there as see he's holding his hip. Head to head here now, and Dutchman again once more. Sutemi Waza trying to lure his opponent into that Niwaza. Wasn't convinced it was the throw he was looking for.
Hojak just picked up that penalty. Add to his woes. Still plenty of time though, minute 45. Look, Sutemi Waza there from the Westende, which only succeeds in almost disrobing Hojak. Just the right temperature, I think, the venue. When you're sitting watching, and it's not uncomfortably cold, but you don't want to take your jacket off, you know it's the right temperature for the fighters out in the middle. You know, if you're sitting here and you've got your jacket off because you're warm, it must be steaming out in the middle. It's too hot, but it's just the right temperature. Everyone in the venue still got their coats on.
Well, yesterday it started off very similar, but by the afternoon it became very warm, I felt. The heat of the athletes.
Yeah, maybe. Well, a good few bodies in here as well. It's it's an absolute fact that, you know, you put one person in a room. That's the amount of heat that body can generate. You put 100 in there and all of a sudden the room is hot and stuffy. So there were quite a few people in yesterday. This stand on our right hand side was almost completely packed. The long sides of the venue were reasonably well.
It created a very good atmosphere as well in the stadium, especially in the afternoon. It was in the final block.
And they had plenty to cheer about.
They were very supportive of their athletes, weren't they?
Yeah.
Well, we've got the arm lock.
What's he trying to lock here?
Well, as you could see, the bend of the arm was going into the natural fold. So it wasn't going to go against and apply the arm lock. It was in the wrong position totally there. Another Sutemi wasn't. Once more, you just feel that this is the major sort of attack for him to just draw his opponent into the groundwork. And once more, some nice turnover there. The Osakomi, it looks like there's an Osakomi.
Yeah, there is now.
Yes. And as if it can control that long enough. The most important thing is not to get that leg caught up.
Yeah, they never used to give that when you had one leg under the body.
Under the body, yes.
Yeah.
But that looked to be closer to the hips than to the back.
Yeah.
And as long as they're from the belt upwards is pinned to the ground, then that's the importance.
Yeah, that looked like that looked okay to me. Well, 2 scores on the board for the rest of the second of them coming from that. Osai was up at the end, but it was over and done with by the time they went into that. And it's the Dutchman who goes through to round 2. Coming onto the mat next, Dimitri Fedyosenkovs of Latvia faces Jorge Fernandez of Portugal. Fedyosenkovs in the white judogi, Fernandez in blue. It's the Latvian up against the Portuguese.
Nice drop there from the Latvian. Fernandez rolling his opponent over. As you can see, that leg just been caught up in that turn. Sutemi was there, attempt of the Tomonagi. Blocking. Well, for doing the Tomonagi and bringing his opponent down into the ground, he didn't look very comfortable down there. He wasn't very confident to follow through on that. Again, that drop Tayatoshi we've seen quite a few times yesterday. Floriavashi was there trying to break up their opponent's balance.
I'm glad he didn't call a penalty for stepping out there. I couldn't see who was responsible, and they were genuinely moving and trying things. You just mentioned the Ashiwaza.
Yeah, there was an attempt of an Ashiwaza rather than just
stepping out
to make themselves look busy.
So I'm glad that they didn't pick one out and say, well, you were guilty of stepping off. It's a little bit unnecessary.
Well, if in doubt, just leave it out.
Yeah, good.
Lovely drop Sianagi there, Marotti Sianagi. Again, Kosota gets the reaction from his opponent and then working through into the drop. In the Tomonagi, we've seen it a few times now. Vorosenkov's there, just up on the attacks, looking the more dominant out here. Well, that's 3 attempts of that one need drop. Tayatoshi not as effective, and 37 seconds left, just over half a minute in this contest, and no score. It's looking much like this is going to go to a golden score. The Latvian looking a little bit more positive than his opponent. Drop Sianagi, the Tomai that we've seen several times in this contest.
Yeah, both fighters initially picked up penalties there, but they've waved them off now. You're right, it is going to be golden score. First one of the morning. Let's see if we get a repeat of yesterday's action, which was almost as soon as they started, someone got clattered.
Yeah.
Having taken 4 minutes to get there, they then finished off very quickly. Let's see how this pair deal with it.
Oh, Vorosenkov's there. His favourite technique, which we haven't even seen yet, is the Uchimata, and he's been nowhere near it. We've seen the Tomonagi and the drop Sianagi.
Problem for both fighters here is that a single error puts them out now.
And I think this is the way they're fighting this match. It's like, who's not wanting to make a mistake and not really being gutsy enough to do their judo. But the sad thing about it, coming to a golden score, if it goes down to a penalty, which the one thing that's interesting here, for the time that they've been out there on that mat, not one Shido. And again, Fernandez is doing that one knee Tayatoshi as he stretches across and there's the Tomonagi. But
just about.
His favourite technique is Harogoshi. So neither one of them have actually done what they feel is used their speciality. It was a very poor drop there from Fernandez.
If he does that again
once more, and he'll be penalised. Kosota. Oh, lovely combination there. Well, that was lovely, and that was the first time out the whole contest he actually looked in in control.
It was really, really nice finish. All right, we had to wait an extra minute odd for it, but it was well executed when...
Well, how that contest was going, I didn't even feel that Fernandez was capable of getting through to the next round.
Yeah, there was something unattractive about the way he went about his business, and yet it was complete opposite when he executed that technique. It was beautiful, it really was.
Oh, it was. It flowed. There was a real lovely combination and real awareness. As you can see, gets that reaction and then spins there, totally rotating.
Nice hands at the top as
well.
well.
Body and feet just flowed at the same time. A really nice combination there.
On the mat now, Aaron Turner of Great Britain faces Jansei Smagulov of Kazakhstan. It's Turner in the white judogi, Smagulov in blue. That was a lovely finish, wasn't it? Worth seeing again. Smagulov has already picked up the single Shido.
Turner has got to be very careful when he hooks in for that Ouchigari. He dropped first, and then it was the little bit of sort of trying to make it look something by hooking at the end. The referee won't be fooled by that. Aaron Turner of Great Britain in white, Smagulov, Kazakhstan in the blue. Aaron Turner, 25 years of age, and his favourite technique is the Uchimata. Ranked 86 in the world ranking. Latest result was back in 2016 in Glasgow, where he picked up 5th place. Oh, Smagulov there, lovely drop Cianagi. And even though he looked like all his weight was into the rear and could have fallen quite easily onto his back, he rescued that so well. Wazari on the board now for Smagulov, with 1 minute and 41 seconds left. Shido apiece. So Turner of Great Britain needs to now step it up to the next level if he wants to stay in this contest. That long reach, as you can see, that's throwing that right arm over the top, which could be quite effective, but now, as you can see there, Smagulov controlling that right sleeve, tactically doing what's really necessary to avoid Turner from coming over the top and getting that Uchimata in that we know that he's so comfortable with. Koshiguruma there following through now into the Niwaza. Turner in a lot of trouble here with just under a minute left in this contest. Looks over at the scoreboard. Turner's really now got to try and find something special to come back from a Wazari down. Lovely drop Cianagi following through once more into the Niwaza, piling the pressure once again on Turner. with just over half a minute left, and Turner picks up the second Shiro. Again, the Kazakhstan working away. Smaglov looking for that arm as he pulls them, controlling the upper body quite nicely there, but as you can see, that leg's caught up, and that will be the stumbling block when he gets that little bit further over. But it was enough just to keep the clock ticking away, and the win goes to Smaglov of Kazakhstan. Goes into the second round of this men's 73 kilos. He'll be up against, in the next round, Kanovets of the Ukraine. And there's the highlights of that previous match. You can see some real drop Sienagi. That was the one that got the score. Well Well, now we have from Canada Margaline Don in the white, and representing Russia, Galiev in the blue.
Margelidon is an improving fighter, the Canadian. We might have a bit of a test on his hands here against Galuaev, but we'll see. Can't just go on where the fighter is from, although it's a reasonable assumption that the Russians aren't going to just throw anybody out there. Felix Galuaev, I haven't seen him before. New one on me.
Well, they seem to be experimenting with quite a few of the young athletes for Russia, as well as the Georgians do as well. There was quite a few 18 to 20 year of age athletes participating, which is really, when you're looking at the long-term plan, the Olympic Games coming up in 3.5 years' time, that's perfect timing for these athletes to be hitting those benchmarks and qualifying for the Olympic Games in Tokyo. So they've got to start now to identifying that team.
Yeah. Felix Galuaev is a 24-year-old.
So not that young.
Well, there's a little bit of a question mark as to where that should go. technique-wise. We'll see
the
what happens with the
Canadian's
replay.
in a really
yeah.
difficult situation, halfway through this contest, and already has 2 Shidos on the board. So it puts a lot of pressure on the Canadian.
He thinks he's taken it.
And looking from there, it does.
Come up with Wazari for the Ochigari. Now, the Russian thought that he'd countered him.
Yes, but
way too late.
No, he landed.
Way too late. Yeah, he was already down. So he had to give up the score. The question here is, he's got another one now. The question is whether Margelidon had sufficient enough control to warrant a score, given that when he landed, he was in the process of being countered. This is that tricky part, isn't it?
I think from the execution, though, it was very, very strong. The Uchimata. There was a real determination of hooking to the rear and then taking to the side. So
that's why he's ended up with the score.
That control was always there just till the final landing, really.
Yeah. And that's why he ended up with the score. In the meantime, he sent him to the mat again and arm locked him. So it's all academic what went before, because Galuayev can have no arguments about the end of that, which was him tapping out furiously. Poor fella.
Well, the Canadian started very slow, put himself in some very difficult situations.
As you say, 2 Shidos down.
2 Shidos down. It's not something he would like to continue doing that today, because he's got some tough. Look at that. What a lift. Ochigari. Good control. All the time he's controlling till the end, but
yeah, I mean, Galuayev is almost down on his side in the previous one. When he begins that count, it's too late.
He'd already hit the ground.
He hit the deck, and that was it.
And that was what it is. If you hit the deck, then it counts.
Yeah.
Regardless what the
happens afterwards. Yeah. Right, who have we got on the map now? There's another Georgian here. This time, Omari Niazvili of Georgia faces Juan Tello of Colombia. It's Tello in the white judogi, Niazashvili in blue. Omari, that's an unusual name for a Georgian. I wonder if that's a Georgian name at all, or maybe they just fancied,
an Iranian.
Omari. It's quite a popular name where I live. In the Caribbean, in Tobago. A few people there with that name, Omari. Young and up-and-coming athletes with that name.
Niazvili there
didn't take long, did he?
Didn't take him very long to get through.
Poor old Tello.
To the delight of this Georgian crowd.
Yeah.
So now are we staying here on the 81 kilo?
Yeah, it might do. Koba Chedlishvili and Sharafidin Boltaboyev of Uzbekistan. Chedlishvili in the white judogi, Boltaboyev in blue. It's always good to hang on and wait until you hear the stadium announcer.
This is the bottom half of the 81 kilos. 24 athletes participating in there. Strong weight division.
Just had a message from Elisabetta Frattini to tell us that Castro from Colombia won't be competing due to an injury. Pedro Castro of Colombia was due to fight Denis Kalanin of Russia in the under 81 kilo category on mat 1. We're looking at mat 2. But just in case you're expecting to see Castro, unfortunately he's sustained an injury during the warm-up and he won't be taking part. Thank you, Ellie.
Well, Michelashvili really now wants to try and find. He's finding it very difficult. Boltaboyev looks to be the stronger of these two athletes. He's taking control of the first half of this contest. Michelashvili, the Shido, along with Boltaboyev of Uzbekistan. So both of these athletes now need to start thinking and changing the direction of this contest. Georgian taking that Oso Tagari, really unorthodox grip, and this is the problem for both of them, opting to control those lower sleeve, but slight change here with Uzbekistan. But that change of grip wasn't as successful as he was hoping to be. Picks up his second Shido. Now this is 1 minute and 52 seconds left in the contest. 2 Shidos, one more would result in the hand Sokimaki. Puts himself under a lot of pressure, but he drops under his opponent there. Nicely executed and follows through now, looking for something in the Niwaza. A little bit slow to react there, and the referee obviously wasn't going to waste much time down in the ground. Again, another drop. We saw that just seconds before, but well anticipated there from the Georgian, who turns his opponent over in the ground. Sadly wasn't able to follow up with anything at the end of that turnover, which was very impressive. Well, Boltaboyev made the mistake there. Attacked his opponent, left himself really off balance. And the Georgian capitalizes on that, throwing his opponent for a pawn. So Michelashvili goes through to the second round of this men's 81 kilos. Nefedov of Serbia now in the white gi. Cassis of Belgium in the blue. This is the first round of the men's 81 kilos, the bottom half of the draw. Well, just half a minute gone. Obviously the cameraman thought more action was on the side of the mat rather than on the mat, but Nefedov there. Sutemi was blocked quite comfortably there from Matthias Cassis. Well, I think Belgium's going to be picking up the Judo very soon, but the Serbian gets one first. Thought there was slight negativity there from Belgium coach there, Danny Bellmans, former international athlete himself. Belgium doing the Sutemi Waza there, but again wasn't as convincing. Wazari scored now for the Serbian, taking the lead in just 2 minutes left in this contest. Danny Bellman's there as the pitcher, trying to motivate his athletes. Ponsianagi there. Attempt for Belgium just trying to put the pressure on, but it's finding it very difficult, and obviously the time will be ticking away, so tactically it's not one of the best positions to be in with just over a minute left and down a Wazari. It's more nice, a strong attack from Kasi Ochigari. Nice direction and well planted for Ippon. So eventually rescued what was looking a very horrible situation for him. But not too downgraded to a Wazari. Thought it was a little bit generous, but obviously didn't have that sight of landing from this angle. Lapel grip dropped through for the Ponsianagi. Coach there trying to give as much advice. There was 15 seconds left. This match looks like it's going to go to golden score. Oh, now into golden score. Nifadov took the lead in the earlier minutes of this contest. Kase came back with that lovely Ochigari for a Wazari. And looks to have changed this contest around to his advantage. I say rotating his opponent over there, as you can see. Chutemi-Waza from Kasey. Strong attack there. Oh, we missed out on that last. Niferov there goes through to the next round for Serbia. Well, maybe we go across to mat number 1. And we can watch the 81 kilos, the top half. So we have Latvia in the white and Mongolia in blue. Again, with the bottom half of this 81 kilo draw. Well, Mikulkis there with that, as you can see, left himself a little bit vulnerable there. Did have the strong left hand high collar grip. Under a bit of pressure, let go, which was obviously one of the dangerous things you can do, especially with the Mongolians that are very capable and powerful enough to counter the sacrifice techniques. Mongolian very bent over stance there, leaving himself very vulnerable with the Ashiwaza. The Latvian just sweeping Mongolians' feet from under him. Good attack.
The Latvian coach, again, we saw him earlier on. He didn't have that much success. Well, his player didn't anyway. he may have more success this time round.
Well, it's looking quite strong, but now the last 2 minutes of this contest is starting to tire, and looking very scrappy with these attacks and also the grips, losing control, and it's something you can't do with someone as strong as this Mongolian is.
Well, I'm glad you had a go at that first. Kankuag Turmunk. haven't seen him before. There are a few, like you were saying earlier on, there are a few new ones out here. They've got plenty of time over the next 3.5 years to roll them out and see who does what, and then you start next year looking at who may be in 2.5 years your pick, and then you really begin to narrow it down. I know that the Dutch 1 year out had already picked their final team, which in the end I think caused them a problem, because they'd already picked the team.
That's the problem. When you pick too early, the ones that you do pick tend to just sort of start to cruise a little bit, because they've got that security, which means that they've not got the edge, they've not got the little drive that keeps them sort of pumping. And then the ones that are on the outside, they either try driving forward or they just give up. I think, what's the point?
I know it's a little bit, well, I don't know whether it's going to be controversial or not, but I still think that it should have been Huscher, Steenhuis, to go instead of Martin de Verkerk. And
Definitely.
you know, on the day it didn't work out for Marhinda, so you know, idiots like me can sit here and say I told you so, when really it could have been the other way round. You know, had she gone on to win it, would I now be sitting here saying, you know, I really messed up, you know, with that commentary, I shouldn't have said that, you know, because normally you don't. You normally only go back and say something when it's the kind of I told you so situation. But I told you so.
The overall is the overall package is what the coaches have got to see as well, is what they're doing on a day-to-day basis, as far as their training and conforming and doing, ticking all the boxes. Yes, performance-wise, you can be lucky. We know that even with these last couple of tournaments that we've seen, the number one seeds are not there, so it makes it much more accessible for getting results for maybe the 2s and 3s that have been selected. And on paper, that looks very impressive for us, that we can see how they performed. They've got X amount of medals. Why are they not going? But it's also what the athlete is doing when they are back home and they're training on a day-to-day basis that you've also got to take into consideration. Are they fit enough? Are they strong enough? Are they technically good enough? And do we focus on that, or do we focus on maybe a handful of medals that maybe is a bit of luck?
Yeah. Well, on the mat now, Afik Safali of Azerbaijan faces Arturas Maiboroda of Lithuania. It's Safali in the white judogi, Maiboroda in blue. Well, the only people missing from that trio of countries up there are the Estonians. I don't think we've got anyone from Estonia. We've already seen Latvians and now Lithuanians on there, but maybe there are no Estonians here. No, we've got Latvia and Lithuania, but we've got no one from Estonia. I can't see anybody from Estonia. Oh. The winner of this contest will face Georgi Papunashvili in the second round. It was Luhumi Chukvumiani that I picked out yesterday as the player of the day. Chukvumiani impressed me with the fact that he wasn't a favourite. He was number six seed, and he succeeded in knocking off both the number 2 and number 1 seed. And on top of that, the number 1 seed in the final was his teammate and biggest rival, Amiran Papinashvili. So I just think he had a good day. And the other thing was that it was the first time that he had ever been in an IJF final. 20 IJF events he'd been in. 20 IJF events, and it was the first time that he'd ever made it to a final and he won it. 4 years.
So close, and
Yeah.
was he ever
No.
within placings?
He had a
Nothing.
couple of bronze medals. That was it. And they'd always been either in Georgia or Baku. You know, they'd been in this region. And it'd always been bronze medals. He'd never made it to a final in 4 years of trying. 20 events over 4 years.
Well, full credit for the country
Absolutely.
and the coach.
Yeah,
Just
for keeping
keep him
going.
going, keep
Yeah.
pushing him. Obviously
Yeah.
seen something there that was capable of winning. And so full credit for the team around him.
He'd been in one single final outside of Georgia in his career. He's 24 years old. He'd been in one international final. That was in Sofia in Bulgaria in the European Open. And apart from that, that was it,
Looking
mate.
back at some of the results for the Georgians, there doesn't seem to be that much of a record of junior participating. They don't seem to do the circuit that much, unless they do and just don't get a result. But I found in a few cases, just sort of investigating one or two names, there wasn't really much history behind them.
Yeah, I'm trying to think who it is. I mean, the only striking example that I can think of as a junior European, or was he junior world champion?
Junior world champion, I think I know you mean.
Valem Lipatiliani.
Lipatiliani.
I think Lipatiliani won the junior world championships. I'm trying to think, however, which year it was, because I know on some of our records we go back to 2009. So let's have a look and see what his record was. It's going to take us a long time to look at it because he's going to have pages of. We could go here. Let's have a look. Yes, I think it predates 2009, so we'd have to go back and look somewhere else. I just want to check it because
Becca Gviniashvili.
And Becca Gviniashvili, well, that will be there. Yeah, junior world champion.
He was
Yeah,
junior as well.
yeah. You watch. We'll sit here now and we'll start picking out Mariam Janashvili,
Yep.
you know, double silver medalist. And now we're going to start picking out loads of them, having said that they're none.
Well, I was just looking at the ones that we're just seeing now. They're just coming onto the scene. But then saying that, there are quite a few youngsters that they're trying to expose.
Yeah.
Maybe it's now they've had so much success that they are starting to look further afield.
Yeah.
And starting
go
to
with the
go
youngsters.
down a little bit longer
Quite right.
into cadet level.
Yeah.
And
Safali,
build
sorry.
up their base.
Safali wins out with 2 scores. He goes into the next round. We've got the start of the under 63 kilo category now. Mariana Silva of Brazil faces Kamila Badurova of Russia. It's silver in the white judogi, Badurova in blue. I wonder what version of Mariana Silva we're going to get today. She had a terrific run in Rio when she ended up in 5th place. That was much to my surprise. I never put any store by
home ground as well. There's and they had the success, and it was from the 57s.
That's right. The day
Olympic
after. Yeah.
Day after, straight away, everyone's on a high, and everyone's sort of
namesake. Silver got gold. I remember seeing that being thrown around on many of the news feeds. Silver wins gold. Yeah. Golden day for silver. I mean, they just had a field day with that one, didn't they? I think I've used it once or twice myself, but you know, it's a bit tired now, isn't it?
For her, most probably not. You'll never tire of that.
Silver got silver yesterday. Silver for silver. Oh no. Mark Pickering, the IGF media manager, would have found some way of tying that up. He's
definitely
a good little scribe, he is. Wonder what he's up to this weekend. Maybe watching rugby, if any rugby's on.
Well, the hype it's calmed down a little bit, and it's coming to the end of the season, isn't it now?
Yeah.
So possibly not. Well-earned rest, possibly.
He'd have been celebrating Ireland's win over England, wouldn't he?
Bad man.
But, you know, look at 2:35 left to go. 4 Shidos on the board.
It's crazy, this. Oh, a lovely gutsy move
Yeah.
there from the Russian.
Yeah.
Left herself in a difficult situation though in the Niwaza, but you do like to see that type of movement. It shows real guts and determination to throw something like that in.
This referee's decided, look, I'm not hanging around here. There's 2 Shidos apiece. Let's see what happens. One mistake, you're out. You know, first one to score wins.
It's crazy though, halfway,
Yeah.
just literally over a minute that was.
Well,
and they've got 2 Shidos.
Now, if it is, and I'm sure it is the case, yeah, he's got no vested interest in this. He's come out, and if they've been guilty of some act, he's penalised it. That's it. It's just so happened that all of those penalties have come in the first 2 minutes. So it's a very unusual situation, but I can't imagine that he's given them out willy-nilly.
Looking like the
I'm not
sure if the shimiwaza is on, but oh my!
Oh, neck crank.
Really looked uncomfortable.
Mm.
Well, I think there was quite a few matches yesterday that should have got the Shidos for passivity a lot earlier. And I think most probably the post referee meeting must have actually highlighted that, because we saw ourselves that there was a few cases that they should have been penalised a little bit earlier for passivity, and maybe this is what we're seeing is the from the first day refereeing comments to now what's happening, that they're not going to let it go as long, because there was quite a few long matches. I think 8 minutes was one of the longest, wasn't it?
Yeah.
4 minutes into the golden score, which you would find with no score.
Unusual,
very unusual, but really, is it acceptable? And not one score on the board.
40 odd seconds left to go, so they managed to collect 4 Shidos in 2 minutes and none in the last minute and a half. So it suggests to me that it was like a slap. Straighten yourselves up.
Well, it's a poke just to
get
say,
it done.
come on,
Yeah.
step it up now. But again, no score though. There's a bit of Niwas. There's been some nice groundwork, some clever stuff being done on the ground, and as you see here, she's got that lever
chance
on.
For a turn.
The turn, she's getting it. She's rotating.
Yeah.
So close.
At exactly the moment
close.
when Silva made the turn, so did Badurova.
She reacted well.
Yeah, you've got to time that.
Needed to sit back up as soon as she got that halfway mark.
Yeah.
She knew she was going. She should have sat back onto it.
Badurova was clever. She timed it well. Get that wrong, and it looks ugly.
Oh, the Osote into the Makikomi there. Very close. A little bit scrappy, but Badurova, she's actually fought extremely well. Yeah. She's fought extremely well in this contest. A lot better than I actually anticipated.
Where is Silva? Is she the number 2 seed?
She's the number 2 seed.
Wasn't the best opening contest for Badurova then, as far as the draw is concerned.
16 athletes, so there wouldn't have been any buy in the first round at all for any of these athletes.
1 round into the quarterfinal, semi-final and final. We got the number 1 seed coming up next on mat number 1. We might want to go down there and have a look. Her teammate is coming up on mat 2 as well. I'm talking about Catherine Unterwertsacher. She's making her way down to mat 1. We'll try and finish off watching Silva and Badurova. Actually, what we'll do is we'll keep an eye on the scoreboard for Mariana Silva and Kamila Badurova. But once Catherine Unterwertsacher gets underway, we should really give some attention to the number 1 seed. Real battle between these two. Right, let's go down to mat number 1 then. Catherine Unterwürzacher of Austria faces Nuria Akhundova of Azerbaijan. And just as we leave, it's Badurova who throws Mariana Silva
Just
with
on
Maggie Comey. Yeah,
as
just
we
as we
leave.
were. We caught the end of it, actually. It was the out as we were going out. Ochigari from Unterwürzacher, but she's moving off to her left and she loses control. So Akhundova avoids getting caught. There's another country with a long history of producing high-quality male athletes, Azerbaijan, and they're just beginning to identify and develop
This young
some
lady
female
She
athletes.
got a 5th place in Baku a fortnight ago. So, real prospects for this young lady, but she flies over at the moment and straight into the Osakomi. Now you can see the arm lock.
They have had a European Championship bronze medal winner before.
Yes, I
At
remember.
at 57 kilos.
57, she was very, very
Yeah.
powerful.
Yeah, she was lovely. Really nice.
Really
Really nice
strong
girl. Yeah.
athlete. She was one of the first that came in.
Kifayet
to the
Gazimova.
Yeah,
Gazimova. Yeah.
She was very, very strong.
Yeah. I surprise myself sometimes because it's obscure, really. It's to pick it out and say who was it at that time and whatever. But she sticks in the mind because
She was such a powerful athlete.
very powerful. Yeah, very strong.
She actually fought like a man. And that's not sort of being sexist in
Yeah.
any way.
Yeah.
She just
No, I
gripped
understand.
up. She was very strong in her grips, and her approach to the match was very aggressive. It was outstanding. She was very different at that stage
That's
to
right.
what was happening with women's judo, and I think that's why it sticks in our mind. Her as an athlete, particular because of the way her fight plan.
Right, Luc Briand of Canada is in control of the upcoming contest. It's Diana Gigaros of Russia. She faces Yanka Pasqualino of Brazil. It's Gigaros in the white judogi, Pasqualino in blue.
And Unterwürzacher goes into the quite comfortably into the next round.
Oh yes, good score from Gigaros. Pocket battleship, isn't she, Gigaros? Look. 63 kilos.
Very powerful looking.
Yeah. Nice counter as well. She's got that strong base there, and when Pasqualino was a little bit uncertain about the entry into that technique, she ended up paying the price. Was Ari on the board? Pasqualino, I think it is. Needs to get a head up from there, though. Pick up a penalty.
Gigaros there, pinning her
Very
opponent.
strong.
Very powerful there, and there's no chance that the Brazilian is going to be getting out of that. However hard she tries.
Well, I think there's an interesting contest coming up next. Unterwürzacher and Gigaros.
That will be. That's going to be a very tough match.
Yeah.
Very tough match. Be interesting to see how that pans out.
I don't think they've gone head-to-head before. I shall have a quick look to make sure. It's the style, I think, that will be interesting for me.
She's very powerful. It'd be like hitting a brick wall for the Austrian. She will find that not as easy to maneuver. She won't be able to get her light on her feet.
Yeah, I don't think they've gone head to head before. She's faced a number of Russians, but she hasn't come up against Gigaros.
Well, this will be an interesting. One of my favourite athletes is this Italian that's just coming up now.
Yeah, Edvija Gwend. Who's she got here?
Beautiful judo.
Yeah.
I remember seeing her really from the first time as a junior, and she's always so close to around the medals and places, but never really pushed that far through. Not as much as I would have expected, considering how talented she is, technically how talented she is.
Zimbat Toren of Kazakhstan is her opponent. Gwen in the white judogi, Toren in blue. The other Russian, or the two Russians that I can think of that may have three that would give Catherine Unterwürzacher a good run for the money. Marta Labazina, we haven't seen her for a while now. Ekaterina Valkova, that's who I thought would really be their number one pick. And then Daria Davidova. Those are the three Russians that I think most likely to cause problems for Unterwürzacher, but she's beaten all of them.
Toren here, she's one of the youngest athletes in this weight category today, 18 years of age, Asian cadet champion. When she got fifth in the European Championships last year. Again, so close of knocking on the door for a medal, but she's got seven, quite impressive track record of 7 Grand Prix medals, 2 Grand Slam medals. But she also got a bronze medal here in Tbilisi last year.
We were talking about, now that you mentioned about the number of medals collected by different people, you remember
lovely Ochigari,
yeah, she gets caught
real
there.
drive back on, staying in the same direction.
And
she lost the
Osaikomi as
grip,
well.
straight in.
Remember I was talking about Papinashvili and Chukvimiani.
Yes.
Chukvimiani having taken 20 tournaments before he got his first IJF gold medal. Papinashvili had 20 medals.
20 medals.
They went into that contest yesterday with Chukvimiani having taken 20 tournaments to get his first IJF medal, and he faced Papinashvili, who already had 20 IJF medals. That was the gap. Right, here we go then.
Well, now we have
Baldorj Munchunkimeg up against Dakota Smith-Davis. Baldorj in the white judogi, Smith-Davis in blue. Here's Loretta with commentary on this one.
We'll see Smith-Davis, 23 years of age. She's ranked number 10 on the world ranking, and at the European Championships last year picked up a 5th place and 7th in the Masters. She has been plagued with a few injuries and has just come back into form. Hopefully then one of her first matches back. Valdorov of Mongolia. As always expected, very powerful athletes. Baldur took a gold medal in Ulaanbaatar Grand Prix last year. 5th place in the Senior Asian Championships. "22 years of age. Just 1 year junior to Smith Davis. Into controlling this match quite comfortably here. Still no score on the board, still 2 minutes and 16 seconds left in this contest. That right hand comes up high in the collar, trying to break their opponent's balance. Kosota attempt, again trying to rock the balance of opponent. Baldur.
British judo fans are spoilt for choice at the moment because we're on map number 1. We've got Dakota Smith Davis, and for those of you interested, coming on to map number 2 is Amy Livesey. She faces Kanim Husseinova of Azerbaijan. That's down on map number 2. It's in the same weight category, but just in different parts of the draw. Loretta's going to keep an eye on this one, and I'll have a look and see what's happening on map 2. Those of you who are really clever, you know how to open more than one browser.
Well, Nakoda's doing extremely well out here with. She has been out with an injury for some time, and now more or less it's trying to build up confidence back here on the tatami. Such a high level tournament. She's up against a very tough opponent. Baldur, she won the Grand Prix in Ulaanbaatar last year in this weight category. 23 years of age, just out of the juniors.
She's not a bad little fighter.
She's very strong. The power there, good take back.
She's the Mongolian number 2 or 3.
Yes, she took a 3rd place in the Asian Championships.
And number 1 is Sedef Suren Munksdale. Haven't seen her for a while. Took some time out to have a baby and then came back reasonably strong. I think she had a 5th place at the Olympics as well, Sedef Suren.
Nakoda trying to break up the balance of her opponent there. It was cut short by that drop Sianagi. And we're now into golden score. Step across. Looks as if she was trying to reach across for the tie toss. Yoso Tagari, oh, very, very close. Nakoda left herself wide open there, no grips at all at that very dangerous moment. Baldur looking to do quite a few of the attacks so far, and again that Oso Tagari is causing a few problems there for Smith Davis. Nice grip now. Right-handed high collar, very effective there for Smith Davis, controlling, and she needs to get that a little bit more now. She's been a little bit scrappy with the grips up until now. But that one was very powerful, and it will control the Mongolian. Smith Davis looking for something in the Newaza, because we know she's very technical down there.
That just slipped, yeah.
Very powerful. Mongolian finds that difficult. And the strength for Nakoda's that right arm as she comes there, hooking in with the Uchimata, and a lovely finish there for Nakoda Davis. Now, Mongolian's looking as if she thought that had overspun and she never hit, but I can assure you she did.
May have been watching another contest.
Yes. She just accelerated the technique by trying to counter. Nakoda Davis is
there's no doubt about
Uchimata.
that. All it needs to be is what would have been Yuko.
Yes.
What would have been Yuko in the past is now Wazari.
And I think this is where the athletes get a little bit lost in that, because they're just thinking Wazari, and they know what the old Wazari was
worth, a value,
it was
yeah.
very, very close to a pawn. And she's landed in a position of a Yuko and just thought, well, no, I didn't land. But
yeah, I didn't see any
there was no
problem with that
at all.
Yeah. I don't even know what they were replaying for. Mind you, we only saw it once. So there may yet have been something in there, worth reviewing. But in any case, that's done. And Amy Livesey, by the way, has won her contest by Ippon down on mat number 2. Right, who've we got on the mat now? Alice Belandi of Italy faces Jana Kashkin of Kazakhstan. It's Belandi in the white judogi, Kashkin in blue. Belandi already on the board with a score. Yeah, Belandi not hanging around. On off very quickly. Valentina Maltseva of Russia faces Tea Sukitashvili of Georgia. It's Maltseva in the white judogi, Sukitashvili in blue. After that, Lars Hellberg will be sitting at the edge of his seat as Tommy Macias of Sweden takes to the tatami against Giga Gigauri of Georgia. But hold on for that, Mr. Hellberg. It'll be coming up next. Well, that was all over and done with pretty quickly. Valentina Maltseva winning out there. Right, Lars Hellberg, a very good afternoon to you. Yeah. You can get to see Tommy Macias now. It's Macias in the white judogi, Gigari in blue. A nice start from Gigauri, catches Macias cold with that little low Ippon Seonagi for Wazari. All right, time for the Swede to settle down here. Here's the number 1 seed as well. So not the best draw for Gigauri. Both fighters guilty of being a bit loose with the area, and they both pick up penalties. Little Yoko Sutemiwaza effort there from Macias, but it doesn't really unsettle Gigauri. He felt that one coming, was able to avoid that without too much trouble. 2.5 minutes left on the clock. Low right-sided Taetoshi effort from Gigauri, but it's Macias this time who feels the technique coming. He's able to block that. I'm not sure if that went the right way. Surely that was the other way. The leg grab. It was Macias that had his hands all over the gi. Absolutely certain about that. I'm surprised. Oh, well, they must have seen something that I didn't. Still the Wazari lead for Gigauri. Ah, yeah. We'll see what it is now. It happened early in the happened early. It was the forearm, Gigauri's forearm blocking against Macias. That resulted in the penalty. And it looks as though he's blocked a second time now. There'll be a few seconds before the replay comes up, but it's done and dusted. Gigauri having scored first, then committed 2 errors. He was quite rightly penalised for the first one. He used his forearm, his right forearm, to block Macias' leg. And for that he picked up a penalty, and then he committed another error. I'll have a look and see how that one came about. Yeah, he did. A second time. Right, coming on to the mat now. Arsen Gazarian of Armenia faces Naranku Khadbatar of Mongolia. It's Gazarian in the white judogi, Naranku in blue. Gazarian trying to work on the arm there. There's the turnover, the leg not quite in the right place. Wasn't able to maintain control over Naranku. And therefore the referee called Mate. The Armenian coach has been asked to remove himself from the chair. Naranku looking up for the score. To warrant Wazari. On mat number 1 at the moment now, Toha Butbul of Israel faces Tato Grigalashvili of Georgia. Butbul in the white judogi, Grigalashvili in blue. I'm still trying to find out what it was that happened with Gazarian and Naranku. Gazarian was given Hansokumake. Happened after the coach was ejected. Very shortly after that, Arsene Gazarian was given Hansokumake. I couldn't work out what it was for though. Well, yeah, the only thing could have been the head dive. I think that's what it was for, yeah. For the bridge, yeah. Okay, Naranku attempted an Ippon Seoinage, and it was an attempted bridge by Gazarian that resulted in his being given Hansokumake. Okay. Yeah, a couple of things have happened that have slowed us down a little bit as far as keeping you updated with commentary. The contest with Tommy Macias of Sweden involved a couple of penalties for his Georgian opponent. And they came from two instances where Gigauri had grabbed the leg. Now in the first one it wasn't actually a leg grab, it was the use of the forearm to block Macias's leg. And the second one was equally difficult to spot, but on both occasions the Georgian was guilty of using his hand or his forearm to block his opponent's leg. So he picked up a Shido for the first one. We have changed the rule. Initially, any hand to leg was immediately penalised with Hansokumake. We've changed that rule because a lot of the players found it a bit harsh. We said, okay, you'll only get Shido for the first one, but you will be given Hansokumake for the second hand to leg offence, and that was the case for Giga Gigauri of Georgia. So looking back at those incidents, that kind of slowed us up. And then almost immediately after that, we had the situation with Arsene Gazarian of Armenia. Gagarian was thrown by his Mongolian opponent, Naranku, I think it was. And in attempting to get off the Ippon Seoinage attempt by Naranku, he went onto his head and attempted to bridge to avoid giving up the score, and that's what brought about the penalty. And now it'll be Naranku to face Tommy Macias in the first of the quarterfinals. That's in Pool A. Yes, sorry if that slowed us up a little bit as far as the commentary is concerned, but we wanted to make sure that we knew exactly what was going on. Things happen so quickly, we don't always have all the information at hand. In any case, we are 12 seconds into golden score here. Toha Butbul of Israel up against Tata Grigalashvili of Georgia. Single Shido against Grigalashvili. So he's on a difficult situation if he gives up another penalty. Well, he can't claim the score here because there was no control, so that's not going to happen. That was a crowd technique. Some of the crowd calling for a score, but I can't see that they will give that because there was no control, and they don't. Makikomi, and they will give that one, and that, there's no doubt about that one. There's no doubt about that one. The previous one, however, Butbul landed on his front. They were screaming for Wazari. One, there was no control, and the other thing is the Israeli landed on his front. Actually, he did land on his side, but there was no control from the Georgian, so there was no score there. But the second one around, no doubt about that. Nice Makikomi in the end. And he came up with a good score. So the number 2 seed goes tumbling. Or is it 2? No, he's 4. Number 4 seed. Toha Butbul tumbled out of the competition. Or does he tumble down into the... No, he's out. He's out. Butbul is out with that loss. Second round. He didn't make it to the quarterfinal, so he's on his way. Grigalashvili goes through, and Butbul, yeah. Makikomi from the Georgian puts the Israeli out. Oh dear. Grigalashvili in round 2. So who have we got on the mat now? Gyosjan Baboyev of Uzbekistan faces Mohammadi Beremani of Iran. That's where we are now. So Masias will face Naranku, and it'll be Grigalashvili to face the winner of this contest that's on mat number 1 at the moment, between Uali Kurshev of Russia and Sergei Drebo of Ukraine. It's Kurshev in the white judogi, Drebo in blue. Baboyev has just won his contest against Mohammadi. That's up on mat number 2, and now up there Sam van der Westende faces Jorge Fernandez.
Second round, from under 73 kg, in white for the Netherlands, Sam van der Westende. In blue for Portugal, Jorge Fernandez.
Drebo picked up a third penalty. It's a real disappointment. Well, Sergey, you know, if you've stepped out, you've stepped out. No good throwing your hands in the air. It's not as though it's a penalty that can't be seen. You've already got 2 penalties. You know you're on a knife edge. You've got to be careful. And they've removed one. I mean, incredible. Anybody know what they're doing over there? Right, well, Drebo lives to fight another day. Yeah, and I think it was. I think he did step out. "73 kilos of manhood couldn't put up a little bit of a fight." Anyway. Any arguments with that one, Sergey? Sergey Drebo has been around a long time. So long that, you know, I can't remember when I first saw him. One of the most likable fighters. But I just think the situation's got, you know, the better of him. Well, Khrushchev's a nice kid. You know, there's nothing personal in it. Makes it difficult for Khrushchev as well, when you've got all those antics going on. In any case, he ends up not needing the penalties to come up with the win. Khrushchev ends up throwing him well. And there's no argument about the end of that. Right, Sam van der Westender. Is he on the mat now against Jorge Fernandez of Portugal? Last down on mat number 2. We've got Victor Penalba of Brazil up against João Martino of Portugal. It's Penalba in the white judogi, Martino in blue. Yeah, again, got tied up in looking back at a couple of replays to see exactly what had gone on, and you know, I'm never comfortable about having a dig at some of the fighters when things don't go their way. They do all the hard work, all the training, they come to the events, and you know, they get taken over by the occasion, the moment, maybe the opponent, maybe the situation. And I think you know what I'm talking about. We know those two opponents. That's going to be a difficult situation. And
this was a situation he was not. He wasn't frustrated. I think he was more frustrated in himself.
Yeah,
his own performance.
He allowed it to get to him. Yeah,
just lost it halfway through that match.
He lost focus. Other things came in. He lost focus, and as a result of that, he felt things were going against him when they really weren't.
No.
He got a break when they took the stepping out penalty away, and when you look at it, I mean, it was embarrassing, really. But they gave him a break anyway, and in the end, Khrushchev threw Drebo well to finish the contest.
Well, it looked like it was just going to go horribly wrong right from the beginning, wasn't it? And he obviously felt that and just could not control the emotions and the frustrations that were, as you could see quite visually, they were just building up in him. And rather than blaming themselves, they want to blame others.
Find other people to put the blame on. Right. Penalba and Martino, we've got the number one seed on the mat, haven't we? He leads here with... Well, no, he doesn't. Beg your pardon. He's got a Shido against him. And we're in the last minute. Martino putting the pressure on here.
Martino had a very good match in the opening rounds of this weight category. Tatalashvili. That was a very strong first fight. And so he's got this warm-up.
Bad news for Martino here.
Oh, right.
He's got to have a blood injury attended to, and you know what that means, don't you? After the break, because Penalba's now got a chance to gather himself.
Penalba, yeah, and this is for him. This is his first fight.
Yeah,
it's his first match out now, and so he's going to come out a little bit slow, a little bit apprehensive, but having the first, so he's like literally now had his first match under his belt. He's had that break. He's having time to compose himself and start thinking, right, what's the next move? And Martino's given him that opportunity.
And Martino disposed of Nugzari Tatalashvili in the opening round. So
and that was a great match.
Yeah, that was no...
So he's already had that sort of rough and tumble first out. He knows exactly how his day's going, but Penalba really... This is an ideal opportunity for him now. 46 seconds left in this contest. Only a Shido on the mat. We say only, but goes into golden score. He's already one down, isn't he?
Yeah. We got Owen Livesey coming up after this. He faces Bojan Dosen of Serbia. Livesey's been out for a while, hasn't he?
Well, he took some time out. I'm not quite sure whether it was injury or just took some time out to just think.
Someone took time out for him.
Yes, just to see where he was going to go with his judo career. I'm glad to see he's back on the circuit, and he's definitely got potential. He's a great athlete, and it would have been sad to see him
told you.
there. Lovely Ochigari.
I hate to tell you, I told you so.
I told you so. Well,
the worst possible thing that could have happened for Martino was a break at that point. With 40 seconds left to go, he didn't need to stop that momentum. You know, Penalba had a look at the coach. They had a word. You know, seconds after the restart, bang, over he went.
It was something he definitely needed, considering this was his first match of the day.
Well, that brings us nicely now to the next contest, round 2. Owen Livesey of Great Britain faces Bojan Dosen of Serbia. It's Livesey in the white judogi, Dosen in blue. Richard Britton is sitting on the edge of his chair as he cheers on Owen Livesey. I wonder what he's got with him. It's early in the morning in Great Britain, isn't it? Now 1 o'clock. 12, 11, maybe 10 o'clock. Cup of tea? Cup of tea? Cup of coffee?
For them. They'll be sitting there in front of this.
Yeah, it's too early for a beer, isn't it? Saturday morning, 10 o'clock in the morning. You can't be doing that.
I don't know if you...
I don't know Richard Britton that well. Maybe he is, you know. Cracking one open early in the morning.
Possibly. just to calm the nerves. Just
Yeah.
to calm the nerves.
Kick start the morning. Yeah. Tea. I'll go for a cup of tea then. Yeah. With the greatest of respect to Mr. Dosen, this is not entirely a bad draw for Owen Livesey, is it? You know, first thing up, you don't want some cracking contest against Penalba, for example, or Tatalashvili. He's managed to avoid that. A chance on the ground for a turnover? No. Gone begging now. And if you can get past this, then he does have Penalba
Yes.
in the next round. But you know, you're already into the quarter-final there, and
which is regardless, is a chance of going into the repechage if he does that. But Owen is actually quite a strong athlete. He's just one of these, like we said, that's just been knocking on the door for such a long time. But it's technically and also it's mentally as well. And he's taken a little bit of time out, and maybe he now decides that this is really for him, and he's got something to give.
I understand that Owen had a bit of a rethink after not being selected for the games. Took a bit of a time and said, let me see what's happening.
Yeah. Well, he didn't qualify, and it's like it's that point that you come in your career to say, what's the next step? Do I move on and continue thinking that there is something left to give? And I definitely believe that with him. I think he's definitely an athlete that's
strong
got
athlete,
so much
physically
more
in good shape
that he can do, but he has to work at it. It's not going to be easy for him. There's a real battle here going on between these two athletes. 1 minute and 12 seconds remaining in the contest.
Well, this is the go-to point now. One fighter from this pair has got to decide, I don't want this going into golden score. Who's going to take that risk, roll the dice and say, hey, you know, this is it.
Judo now been awarded to Livesey.
No, taken away. False attack. Dosen gets it. I just get the feeling there have been a few decisions that this morning that have been, you know, not guesswork, but, you know.
I sense that there's obviously from yesterday where there wasn't enough Shidos being handed out at the appropriate time, and I think they're just
up the ante.
Up the ante and overdoing it this time. They weren't handing them out when they should have, and today obviously that has been made very clear possibly to them, and today they've just taken it to the other extreme.
I'm sure that Dosen is
too quickly.
I'm sure that Dosen is in complete agreement with you. He's collected that Shido. They're into golden score now. Let's see whether Livesey can just step up the pace a little bit and make it awkward for Dosen, because Dosen knows that he's...
Well, it was a very poor drop there from Livesey. He's got to be careful when he puts in attacks like that. Uchimata again. Just needed that sleeve.
Yeah.
Well, he's come out the stronger in this golden score so far, looking very positive. Last time I watched Livesey compete was in Glasgow, where he won the gold medal there. Outstanding performance, and this is a common thing that he does, the Uchimata, and he comes in so well, but he just doesn't have that grip.
I think that may be it now. Yeah. It was too loose, Dosen, that one. I know it's harsh, but
it's how long you can go on.
Yeah.
He'd
missed
one.
A
couple of opportunities to say, well, that was a little bit close to the mark, but not enough. But
well, he sneaks past that one.
And Livesey goes into the quarterfinals with Penaba.
Yeah, he just squeezes past Dosen, doesn't he? Livesey. We'll see him in the quarterfinal. And now it really does begin to open up for him, because he's got a minimum of 2 fights. He's got the quarterfinal fight, and even if he loses that, he's still in the repechage. However, if he can knock off Penalba, hey, you know, and Penalba wasn't looking that sharp this morning, was he?
Yep.
So we shall see. Right, on the mat now, Choknai Laszlo of Hungary faces Denis Kalinin of Russia.
Well, Kalinin was supposed to have Castro in the first round, but as we know, Castro pulled out through injury, I believe.
Yes.
So
Chucky goes over.
Match for both of these athletes.
Tell you what, if that's not Ippon,
well,
he got
what you have
launched.
to do to get an Ippon.
Yeah, Kalinin absolutely planted. Chucky caught cold.
Oh, it was absolutely devastated there.
Yeah, well, you'll see on the replay, you know.
Both of them came out, and one came out firing, the other one came out quite slow there, and it paid the penalty for that.
Yeah, I got no problems with that. He really does plant him. Gets himself in a bad position here.
Finds himself on the edge. Yeah. Cianagi comes back up, and that's the biggest mistake he made.
He really does get launched.
Came back up and got launched for it.
Right, on the mat now, David Bobonov of Uzbekistan faces Ambaku Avaliani of Georgia. It's Bobonov in the white judogi, Avaliani in blue.
Bobonov there with the right hand on the lapel, not doing anything really with it. Both of them had the grips that they preferred, but failed to really follow through with the next attack. Avalani from Georgia in the blue gi there, as he throws that left arm over the top to try and trap his opponent's right arm. Bobanov there. As you can see, with the right hand on that lapel, looking to control there, but the Georgian comes over the top each time. He knows that that's obviously the strengths of the Uzbekistan. Comes in for the Siotoshi there. Avalani there with 2 Shidos, which has put himself under a lot of pressure. Must be very cautious in the moves that he makes now, with 2 minutes and 15 seconds left in this contest. Still over halfway to go. Avalani there with that left hand high over on the back. Looks dangerous. He scoops in for the Uchimata. Bobanov following down into the ground. Never really looking under a threat. Lovely drop Sianagi there for Bobanov. One of the strongest attacks he's put in so far, with 1 minute and 44 seconds left in the contest. Well, Avalani is starting to look a little bit tired out there. I don't know, he's been very strong. Slowed down in his approach in this match. That left hand here on the lapel now drives over the back. The Uchimata following through. Again, another good attack. So far, Avalani looking the stronger and more positive out there. He's put in the majority of the attacks so far. Again, a Siotoshi attempt there from Avalani. So he just shows that he's got that left hand on the lapel this time, as we've seen before. Comes deep over the back. That's what he looks for. That's where his strengths are. Just under a minute left. Sutemiwaza for white, finding himself now in the ground, but in a very awkward position, as Avalani tries to secure something down there, but in this position it looks like he's actually looking for that little bit of a rest. Recharge the batteries, back up now with just half a minute left in this contest. 2 Shidos to Avalani. Bobanov has got 1. The Sianagi's there. Just doesn't get that finish. I've seen so many times him attempt that technique. He's been so close, but really hasn't got that final turn of the technique just right yet. Well, the second Shido now goes for Bobanov. 6 seconds left, and it looks like this contest will go into golden score. So one more Shido would result in a hand Sokimaki, but any result now will win this contest. Avalani backing off here, and he really needs to start engaging. It doesn't look like he's entering into this golden score just quite yet. Bobanov sending out the right signals, approaching his opponent, desperately seeking for the strong grip. See Osoto into the Siotoshi there, following through into the Niwaza, very, very close. And for this Georgian crowd, just keeps everybody onto the edge of their seats with the excitement of the possibility of this man going through to the next round. and securing place in the quarterfinal. 45 seconds into golden score. And this match could go either way. Avalani, stronger of the attacks. And Avalani, to the delight of this crowd, goes through to the quarterfinals of the men's 81 kilos. And he'll be up against the Russian Kalalini later on for a place in the semi-final.
Well, we were talking about this one about an hour ago, weren't we? This head-to-head, Unterwertsaka
Yes, sir.
and Gigaros. Double-footed tomonagi there from the Russian to get things going. Just that little bit shorter than Unterwertsaka, isn't she?
She's a real powerhouse, and we've seen that in the earlier match. 5th place in Baku, so no stranger to being close to the medals, but here, well, she's not letting her opponent up, that's one thing, until she gets the final say.
Margot Spitzko was a little bit upset about the action, but in all honesty, the referee had called mate a long time before they went out of the area. And it was only after they'd gone out of the area that came about. There's the tomoenage again, chance for some aggression on the ground now. That's the second time she's come up with that attack. Both times she's moved Unterwertsaka, who looks so much taller than her opponent.
Well, she's got that advantage, and you can see that that left hand going high over the collar, beautifully executed.
That was lovely, completely sold.
Lovely, yeah. Very, very strong when she gets that hand high over the back, and the hips square, and just a wee tilt of a knee.
Sold her completely on that first movement. Really beautiful hip on.
The wee twitch of the hip.
Yeah.
It was one of those contests you wanted to see, obviously, for the delight of Unterwertsaka. She wanted it to be over and done with. She was up against a very tough opposition. But for me, I would have loved to have seen that go for a little bit longer.
Marko Špitka's got to run down to the other end now, because I think Magdalena Krasakova is coming up next, isn't she? Somewhere. He's got to be running down there for some reason. He's got a while, not 5 or 6 contests. Yeah. Gigaros got completely sold there. Right, here we go. Take your pick. Edvija Gwend of Italy. You said how much you liked her. She's up against Nakoda Smith-Davis.
Well, I like both of these athletes now. I've got to be very diplomatic here. But this is going to be quite an exciting match. Both very strong athletes. Real battle for trying to control this contest, getting their preferred grip. Smith-Davis turning her back, looking for that Cianagi. Wasn't in deep enough and just played on the side of being cautious there rather than committing too much. Gwen on top now in the knee waza. I'm not quite sure if the shimmy waza is on, but Davis Smith looking and it looks, I'm not sure from this angle if it's on or not. Well, she doesn't look too distressed over it. Definitely for Smith Davis it was a very dangerous situation for her at that point. Right hand high on the collar. Davis works really well with the ashiwazas, got lovely feet work. Often very similar in styles there. Right to right grip, both optim. Gwen looked a little bit scrappy there as she stepped across for what looked to be a Tayatoshi, but more pressure under Davis, I feel. Again, Davis gets her first grip. Draws her opponent onto breaking that balance. Using the feet to open up and look for the opportunity. Kosota, Kochigari, they're trying to get that leg stepped back. Gwen throwing that arm, reaching forward, desperately trying to engage with Davis. Various gripping styles Davis has. She likes to come up the top, but she also can work from under the arm. She's got Gwen's right sleeve there and controlling that nicely. And rolling her opponent over, looking for the opportunity in Niwaza. We saw a glimpse of how strong she is down there, but I think she's looked like made a slight error there, but swings through, looking for the osakomi. She looks like she's pinned her. I'm not sure whether the referee has called osakomi yet. He has. And that must be very strong to be pinning Nakoda Davis like that. Well, Nakoda Smith Davis will be disappointed with that, but considering that she's been out for some time with an injury, she's done extremely well, and just upwards and forwards for her. Gwen goes through to the next round into the quarterfinal, where she'll be up against Untervesaka, and that will be a very tough match indeed.
We're going to see now for the first time today the number one seed in the under 70 kilo category, Elvisma Rodriguez. She's representing the International Judo Federation. Here she faces Alice Belandi of Italy. It's Rodriguez in the white judogi, Belandi in blue. Well, she's an exciting prospect, is Rodriguez. And here as the number one seed.
Which is a great start for her, isn't it? But Paris, she got a silver in Baku and a bronze in Paris Grand Slam. So she's She's hitting every target each time, getting stronger and stronger as she goes through these Grand Prix, this world circuit. Landy there looking troubled with that grip. That right-handed high collar grip is causing her quite a few problems there. Once more that high collar grip. Landy recovers well with the drop. Cianaghi, a good drop.
Just got to be careful of that, Rodriguez. You know, it was a good effort from the Italian. She was in there low and quick.
It's very quick.
And it's when you get past that defence that you've got to think, hang on a minute, because, you know, with the greatest of respect to Belandi, she's not the top draw. And if the top draw fighter, if someone who's not in the top group can get underneath you that quickly, you know, that doesn't bode well. You've got to be able to spot that coming and block that.
The drop Cianaghi is not something you just try and block, because it's what happens after that, depending on the strength of the athlete.
You've got to be able to sense that movement. Be somewhere else by the time they drop there, you know, just at the side, and make it difficult for them.
Again, you see that lovely, but that's the mistake. Belandi drops the head underneath, leaving herself very vulnerable.
Yep.
Yes, and she's trying to tap. Very awkward position she was in, but
she put herself in that trouble.
The mistake she made was she scooped underneath.
The arm. That left that side open,
and she left herself very vulnerable.
Rodriguez took advantage of that, banged her over, and then followed up quickly with a really, really strong piece of Kansetsu waza. And had the Italian tapping frantically as well. But a physically strong young woman, Elvismar Rodriguez.
Very humbling there as well.
She's lovely. She's one of the nicest fighters on the circuit. No coach, on her own. You know, I'll just give this a go on my own, shall I?
Sometimes that's a good thing.
I'll come here as number one seed here on my own. Just leave it to me. She was yesterday as well. She was just wandering around on her own. Right, Anna Bernholm of Sweden faces Valentina Maltseva of Russia. It's Bernholm in the white judogi, Maltseva in blue. We'll stay here. Why not? Because we've got another Swede coming up immediately after this. Tommy Macias has got a second
Sweden
stab
seem
at
to be doing
things.
really well at producing some good athletes recently, haven't they?
Well, the timing is good, yeah. Bernholm has moved up from 63 to 70. Doesn't at all look out of place at 70 kilos, because she was always quite tall for 63. Her and her long-time teammate Mia Hermansen. Yeah, there you go. Go on. So a good score. Left-sided Ouchigari. Unusual position to start from, but well done. Oh, I'd have given a little bit longer to see if she could get the leg out there, but Mr. Ruska from France deciding, no, we'll stand them up.
Sumiyesh turnover there. Nicely executed straight into the Usakomi, Bernholm. Just got a leg trapped up at the last stage, but picked up a Wazari for her efforts. So 3 Wazaris on the board now, with still 2.5 minutes remaining in this contest.
From time to time, and for various reasons, the International Judo Federation will find itself in the position of having to support an athlete from a particular country, and there are a myriad of reasons why that would come about, and Elvismar Rodriguez is one of those athletes, and we can't go into the exact details of why that is, but from time to time it will happen that an athlete will need support over and above, quite apart from whatever it is that they're getting from their national federation, if anything at all. And in this case, Elvismar Rodriguez needed some support. We go again. And she's receiving it for us. 4 scores on the board for Bernholm.
Very, very strong athlete. She's tying up the upper part of the body first. She's got that leg caught up. Maltsev last year took a silver medal in Judo Grand Slam, so no stranger to being up there amongst the medals. But Bernholm has given her a bit of a judo lesson out there.
She's not in this contest, Valentina Maltseva. She picked up 3 penalties.
Just completely switched off.
Yeah, she picked up 3 penalties inside the 3.5 minutes, because we've got a minute odd left to go. 3 penalties she picked up. She was thrown 4 times. That's 7 actions that either went against her. Well, all 7 actions went against her, because the 4 scores were for Bernholm and the 3 penalties were against her. So that's 7 actions against her. What was she? Where was the positive in that contest? Where was the positive?
Well, she'll be challenged in the next one. Bernholm, she had to buy in the first round. She really wasn't challenged at all in that round.
I'm going to go and speak to the Russian coach now. Tommy Macias in white, Naranku Khadbata in blue. Here's Loretta.
So as we say, Tommy Macias is the number 1 seed in the men's 73 kilo category. Defeated Grigori of Georgia in the first round. Now finds himself in the quarterfinals. Lovely drop, Sianagi there from the Mongolian. Narankun. Looking very strong out there. And the Mongolian there, as you can see, both opting for the sleeve grips, restricting themselves quite considerably. Tommy Macias now looking for some Niwaza. We know he's actually quite skillful down in the ground. First Shido being awarded to the Mongolian for touching the leg. One more would result in the Hansoku. Macias there with that right high collar grip. The Mongolian once more takes control right from the beginning. Sutemi Waza didn't really break the balance. And results in a Shido being awarded for that effort. Oh, and a lovely Uchimata there. Macias walked straight onto that. He threw the arm over the back very deep, but left himself wide open for the Mongolian to come through and score a Wazari. 1 minute 45 seconds left in this contest. The Mongolian in a very strong position now, but he does have the big but, the 2 Shidos on the board. One more would result in a Hansokumaki. He's already touched the leg as well, which was resultant for one of those Shidos. So with 1 minute 45, he's got to be very careful now. Macias takes that belt again and finds himself on the receiving end of an attack. Drops Cianaghi on a lovely counter there. A Wazari scored. A great comeback for Tommy Macias of Sweden. Well, they decided it was Ippon. Ippon's been scored. Wazari's not been taken off, but Tommy Macias goes through with that lovely counter there, scoring Ippon and taking him into the semi-final, the men's 73s. Now he'll be up against the winner of this next match. Grigalashvili of Georgia and Kushiev of Russia in the blue. Grigalashvili on the receiving end of the first attack. Kushiev taking the first Wazari. Great start for the Russian. Kushiev there looking for the Niwaza. He's got that Jujikatami, but just let it slip out of his control. Well, this has been a little bit of a wake-up call for the Georgian. Koksiev there picking up the first Shido for that Tomanegi attempt. Uchimata there. Lovely attack for the Georgian. Grigalashvili. Well, an amazing win for this Georgian, 17 years of age. The youngest in this weight category. Kursiev really doesn't know what's hit him. He started off so well, and now it's just gone all horribly wrong for him. And looking for any support he can get. Well, what an experience for this young man from Georgia. 17, and you can see just by looking at it, 17 years of age. Such maturity. Yoichi kept persevering with that, following through, even though he was threatened with the counter. Stayed on the right side as he hooked in that left.
What was he complaining about? What was Khrushchev complaining about? He got flattened.
I don't know, there was nothing there that could say that he had anything to do with that attack. Well, that was a lovely finish there, which takes him in to the semi-final with Macias of Sweden. So that'll be a very interesting match. 17 years of age that young lad was. Unbelievable.
I'm not sure what it is that he thought was wrong.
Well, at the beginning of the day, you wouldn't have thought most probably the Georgians would have seen that this young man would be in a semi-final today.
Oh, you're absolutely right. I think, but it's the second Russian coach that I'm going to go and have a word with now. What are you arguing about? It just looks so bad. You know, if there are some grounds for claiming some other thing, then by all means. But it's absolutely crystal clear that your man got flattened. What's the problem?
Right, you have a word with them.
I did. I spoke to Brutalova, the Russian women's coach, and to her credit, she said, "Yep, she didn't show up, couldn't cope with the cross grip, the extreme stance of Anna Bernholm, and just got overwhelmed." Thank you very much. That sent me away because I didn't have anything else to say after that. Well, I'm rather hoping that the Russian coach is going to have the same response. Said, "Yep, my man got flattened."
Well, we have this quarter-final match here. Penalba of Brazil in the white, Livesey, Great Britain in blue.
Well, we said that, you know, there would be at least one more fight for Livesey, irrespective of how this one goes, but it would be, you know, terrific for Livesey if he could get past Penalba. And remember, Penalba never looked that hot in his first contest, did he?
Definitely, but that was his first contest. And what we said when there was that pause, the break in the...
Yeah, he came back and spanked him, didn't he?
He was very positive when his approach.
One of the things that concerns me about some fighters is their reluctance to take a grip with the second hand. For me, it's just, you know, it's
quite a lot of that.
Yeah, and it's a negative thing. You know, it's a real comfort thing when you see a player grip up and you know that they're ready, they're off. You know, here we go. And when they're not, there's something missing there. You know, you're not going to catch someone with one hand. So what is it that's ailing you? Why isn't that you feel that you can't get a second hand on? Anyway, Penalba now has both hands on.
Livesey's holding on to that left sleeve as tightly as he can, because that's one of the biggest threats for Livesey. Right hand on the lapel now. It's that left sleeve that Livesey has to control as it comes flying again over the top, drawing Livesey down to his knees. He can look quite passive out there. Livesey's got a good grip, but he needs to start following it through with an attack strong enough that's going to put this number one seed under pressure. Doesn't seem to be doing that just quite yet. Penalba even though he's got the strong Cianagi. Left hand's coming over, trapping. Leaves his right side. Uses his ashiwazas to open up. He's got to be careful here that he doesn't pick up the Shido, and he does there for stepping out. We're into the golden score now of this quarter-final. Usually takes the first grip.
You're spoilt for choice, eh? It's family fortunes. Lives you on both mats.
So it is.
You got Owen down on mat number 1 in his quarter-final, and you've got Amy on mat number 2 in her quarter-final against Andrea Leszki of Slovenia. If you want to watch that one, the clever
Oichigari there from the Brazilian.
The clever fighters will, or clever watchers at home will be able to open 2 browsers.
Well, Owen's looking a little bit scrappy out there. He's getting dragged around. He needs to control that. Getting the drop Cianagi from the Brazilian. A double effort on that drop Cianagi. It looks like possibly that Shido is going to be awarded to Owen Livesey. Just went a little bit wrong there when he lost control of the grips. He was very strong in controlling his opponent up until that point.
Well, we said he'd have another fight. He will go down into the
We'll go into the
repechage,
where he'll come against Martino.
Is that the Portuguese?
Yes.
Right, we've got another quarter-final coming up in the under 81 kilo category. Denis Kalanin of Russia faces Ambako Avaliani of Georgia. It's Kalanin in the white judogi, Avaliani in blue. And is it? Yeah, it'll be Penalba who will face the winner of this contest. It'll either be Kalanin or Avaliani. The Georgians are already on their feet, cheering their man on. Alvisma Rodriguez, we spoke about her early on. She's going to face Anna Bernholm in the first of the semi-finals in the under 70 kilo category. Catherine Unterwürzacher of Austria will face Edwige Gwend in the first of the semi-finals in the under 63 kilo category. Coming up next is Diana Gigaros of Russia. She'll face Nakota Smith-Davis in the repechage of the under 63 kilo category. That's some of the upcoming contests that we've got for you. They're all here on mat 1.
Oh, Avalani there just piling a lot of pressure. Takes that arm with him and comes right through. Just needed to drop down a little bit lower to get under the center of balance. Kept himself a little bit too high there. Well, Kalini always seems to have the stronger of grips of these two athletes. Oh, and as soon as he gets control, that's it. It's all over. Kalini with the height advantage there, throws that left hand on the collar. And that's the danger of as soon as he gets that grip, if he drops that elbow in, then he's got the control. Kalini then with that left hand high collar again. It's very Kosota. Kalini very, very skillful, moves so well. Well, 32 seconds left, so half a minute. Kalini, a very strong position, looks very comfortable out there in control. You can see that left high collar grip causing a lot of trouble there for the Georgian. Well, Avellini started off so well in this contest and he looked like he was a real contender out there, but it looks like he doesn't have much to offer. He looks tired, and Avellini with that left hand that comes high all the time is always threatening.
Yep, Kalanin came up with the one big score. Well, that was enough to put him into the semi-final.
Comfortable all the time. He never looked as if he was phased at all, even at the beginning of the match. It was a little bit of a tussle to get his grip, and the Georgian looked very aggressive and looked as if he was going to be really a real contender for this semi-final place, but he kept his composure and just went for it near the end, and he was just all over him. Based on just the performances between Penabar and Kalini, I think Kalini's got a real edge based on overall performances so far today.
He looks the better of the two
looks
fighters.
The stronger of the athletes.
Right, coming up next, Diana Gigaros of Russia faces Nakoda Smith-Davis of Great Britain. It's Gigaros in the white judogi, Smith-Davis in blue.
Smith-Davis there with that left high collar grip. Looks very strong. She throws that right over. Nice and deep. Osotogari follows her through very comfortably. Looking for an opportunity in the Niwaza. Sangaku turn there. Tying up that arm. Working. Just the legs weren't tight enough to secure what looked to be the hold down. And the left hand on lapel, that looking to throw that right hand high in the collar. She gets it once more. Opts for the lapel this time, but it once more drops it onto the collar.
I wonder how many people Gigaros catches with that tomoe nage.
It's very effective as well.
Yeah. She moves everybody.
It's dangerous.
I mean, you know, the scores haven't come from there, but she can engage in Newaza. It never looks like a false attack. It always,
lovely attack there. Ippon, that's gotta be. Scored it a Wazari, but she just
might just want to look at
very powerful.
Might just want to look at the landing, and I think they already have done. She was flying though, Gigaros.
It was a brilliant throw. Well, Davis is looking very comfortable out here now. Using her feet to create an opening. She steps across. Again, looking for that Harai Goshi. That's the strength. She puts down that sleeve, high collar. Chigari switches it through the hips, start coming across. Good combination of techniques there.
Davis through the defences of Gigaros again. Almost coming up with another score.
Gigaros really doesn't seem to be able to get the grip that she's looking for. She's got that lapel now. It's the first time, but quickly dismissed by Davis as she drops it down and comes underneath again. Another Wazari.
I think she just put her on her backside that time. Didn't come up with the score. But she's through the defence again.
Shudo's got to be awarded, yep.
Difficult for Gigaros to attack because she's coming under such sustained attacks from Smith-Davis. Every time they grip up, it's Nakodaru attacks first.
Davis again looking for that big Harai.
Left
herself a little bit open.
Left-sided as well. Nice takedown.
Yeah. Kosota.
Good comeback. Makes things interesting now with
Well, it was a
10
little
seconds.
bit too slow. She got the grip and she was looking for that Harai, and she turned her hips slightly in to approach what looked to be off to the side, but left herself vulnerable to the rear. It was... she left too much of a big message saying, "Here I come." The Russian just capitalized on that. So she'll be absolutely gutted with that because it was so close to the end. But up until now, Davis has been the stronger of the both athletes. Chigari, Sianagi, good combination of techniques there. Following right through, driving her opponent onto her back. Well, it was that Sianagi, and was there a pause? And I think that's what they're looking for, that she continued to drive her opponent onto her back. Boris there again, another strong attack over Davis. Tominagi, oh, we've seen that a couple of times now, and once more moves Smith Davis. Tactically now the Russians trying to hold on to that right sleeve. As you can see, she's holding on to Nakoda's right sleeve, trying to avoid that arm coming over the top, because that's the danger. And once more Davis is through. Well, both these ladies are looking very tired out there. 1 minute and 32 into the golden score. With Gigoris countering Davis there. It's looking like this Russian is getting stronger as she goes into this golden score. No Chigari there, lovely drive, still persevering it, great attack and wonderful finish here. And a sigh of relief there from Smith Davis.
Yeah, Gigaros couldn't get off that last one. She was trying to hope that she would be able to counter the attacks from Smith Davis as they weakened in golden score. Obviously, the longer the contest went on, the weaker the attacks were going to be, and Gigaros appeared stronger, but they were only from the counters.
Yes.
So she came into her own when the attacks weren't as strong. Unfortunately for her, it was a super strong one with the Ojigari, and she couldn't get off it.
There's some lovely techniques there displayed from Nakoda Davis. The big harai, which got that score from, the Ochigaris were working so well for her. Well, this will be a very interesting semi-final now. Versaka of Austria and Gwen of Italy. One of the top favourites. Both of these are top favourite for me.
Versaka pulled off a really nicely executed Kosotogaki for Ippon against Diana Gigaros in a previous contest. I wonder how long it's going to be before she attempts that in this one.
And she's got the height advantage, and she's trying, as you can see, to throw that arm right over the top there. Gwen, see, knowing full well the dangers that she has to face in this contest. You can see once more that left hand is there. Oh, yes! Has got to be a score.
Well, be interesting
Gwen,
when we have a look at the replay here.
At this angle, that there was the Ochi, but the drive was straight onto her back. No score been given though. Ochigari, and yes. She tried to counter her, but went straight onto her back. From here, it looked like a pawn.
Well, if you only look at blue's action,
Ochigari.
yeah,
Pawn.
then you have to give it as ippon. If you only look at blue's action, it doesn't matter what white's doing. Does Unterwürzacher go over as a result of the Ochigari attack? If the answer to that is yes, then it must be ippon.
And I think that was very clear. When she hooked her with that Ochigari, she did obviously try to rescue herself, but she was already halfway through the air.
Alice Belandi of Italy faces Valentina Maltseva of Russia. She didn't turn up to the last contest, Maltseva. I wonder if she's going to make an appearance for this one.
Oh, lovely as she was there. Belandi following it through into the Niwaza. Once again, Maltseva looked like she just switched off. And Unterwürzacher will have the winner of this match in the bronze medal final.
Gershak Sabina of Hungary has just won her contest up on mat number 2 in the under 70 kilo category. She just defeated Elena Prokopenko of Russia. So it's Gershak who will be in the semi-final, unless they decide to cancel that ippon and make it a third Wazari, which is what they've done. So okay, a little bit more time for Elena Prokopenko to try and come back. Maltseva just getting a look at the Juji Gatami there, the referee, just allowing a little bit of time to see if it was on or not before he called Mate having been lifted from the tatami. Just after 2 o'clock here. We'll get a nice break today, Loretta.
You hope.
I think we will. We're already up to quarterfinal, and I could see some semi-finals up there, so yeah, we will. Yesterday was a slightly longer day. We had 5 weight categories on 2 mats. Today it's the 4. It makes all the difference. Belandi just managing to turn onto her front here. The leg is trapped. We've got Rodriguez and Bernholm coming up. Saracen, Grigalashvili as well. Livsi and Avaliani. In between that, we've got Naranku and Kershev. So plenty of action to bring you.
Well, Belandi here is still looking the stronger of the two. A nice strong grip there, left-handed over the top. Knocking her opponent down onto her face. So again, Vasiev looking stronger in the Niwaza. Lovely Chigari there, and Belandi trying to claim that. Sutemi was attempted first though, but on her way down, the Italian decided she was going to hook in for the Chigari, but they have not given the score. Now we're going into golden score. Very tight match indeed between these two athletes. See if there with the cross grip coming around the back, needs to use that. Looks for Sutemi Waza. Vasiev attempting the Uchimata, switching it to Sutemi Waza. Combination attacks, no score, but still an attack over Belandi, who's now starting to look very tired, and those flurry of attacks that we've seen could be resulting in a Shido being awarded to Belandi. And there we have it. And he takes Ishido. And the win goes to Massiev, and a place in the bronze medal final.
Well, she's really had to battle through there, and given the previous contest, I don't know if you remember, but I said I'm going to go and talk to the coach about it, you know, and see what was going on. So we were standing in the corridor, and Maltseva was walking off. The coach to talk to me. When I started talking to her, she called the player back, and she was standing there. We were talking about it. She was explaining to her in Russian what I was saying, you know. And I thought, oh no, you know. I came up there to say she never showed up, you know. 4 scores, 3 penalties. What was going on? And you just mentioned Anna Bernholm, and here she is. It's Anna Bernholm in the blue judogi up against the number 1 seed Elvismar Rodriguez. And here is Loretta.
Well, Bernholm there, as you can see, a very deep grip on the belt. A good start from this young lady from Sweden.
I'm pleased for Bernholm because she's, you know,
Lovely Uchimata there.
just goes over. Yes, okay. She just gets caught there. But I'm pleased that she's, you know, battling away in a new weight category and not languishing down with, you know, first
she
round
looks
knockouts.
Quite strong for this weight category. It's not as if like you feel that she's just in between, but she looks as if she's suited for that. Her body shape suited for that weight. She actually reminds me of a young Ronda Rousey.
Yeah, she's got that little look about her with the same hair colouring and stuff. Yeah. Let's hope she doesn't go the same way. We can't lose all our beauties to MMA, can we?
No, we can't lose them all. Rodriguez there with the Wazari. Now a comfortable lead.
Yeah, what I was saying was that it wouldn't be good for Bernholm to be getting, you know, first round knockouts and that kind of stuff. So
it's disheartening, isn't it? Somewhere along the line, there's got to be getting closer to these positions, and plus, it helps so much for the world ranking position as well. That draw each time, the closer she gets to these medals or wins a medal, the better the next tournament will be for her because of a world ranking position and seeding for the next event.
Well, that's particularly true when you have the European Championships where you take out all of the non-European fighters and you do the seeding just based on those that are there from the European countries. And I think Bernholm is going to benefit greatly, you know, from the points that she'll score here, and we'll see what happens in Warsaw in a couple of weeks' time.
Bernholm there with that left hand on the belt, very deep, really on the attack there, and is not letting this final position go. 1 minute and 40 seconds left in this contest. Still plenty of time for Bernholm to come back into play. Rodriguez there with the counter, following through, looking for an opportunity down in Niwaza. A bit of fumbling down there and not really knowing which direction to move in the ground.
into the last minute here. Another effort from Rodriguez, blocked initially by Bernholm. She can't come up with a counter. Rodriguez was already low enough, so
low.
yeah,
She's
she couldn't
very
get under
compact.
there. Yeah. You know, there was always the danger that Rodriguez could still pull off that Uchimata, so she had to work against blocking it first. And having done that, that just gave Rodriguez the reaction, okay, this is blocked, I'm going to get lower now because I don't want to get countered.
Rodriguez there with that right hand very deep. She comes through with the hips.
Needs to be up on her feet now, Bernholm, because there's going to be one last roll of the dice here.
21 seconds.
She got a whack to the mouth earlier on, and that's troubled her a little bit.
Rodriguez is looking just that little bit too strong for her.
There's the last chance.
Whoops. Well, I think I just said it. Whoops, that was a close
she was
call.
So close, wasn't she?
Very close.
To making a mistake, Rodriguez. And that was going nowhere, that one, that last one. Right, so Rodriguez sneaks past Anna Bernholm, and it's Elvisma Rodriguez who we'll see in the final of the under 70 kilo category. The bronze medal contest, or one of the bronze medal contests, will feature Anna Bernholm. Right, we had a quick visit from our Facebook visitors there for that particular contest. I'm sure we'll get another one. Chief will let us know. Right, coming up now, Naranku Khadbata of Mongolia faces Uali Kershev of Russia. It's Naranku in the white judogi, Kershev in blue, and I wonder if Kershev has recovered from his surprise at getting thrown. He was bellyaching a little bit about it, wasn't he?
Yes, definitely. He was a little bit upset.
I'm surprised, you know, he's absolutely one of the nicest guys on the circuit, really chatty and friendly, but that one seemed to catch him completely unawares. He's got to attack right away, he does, with that grip. Naranku comes up with an attempted counter, but nothing comes of it. Got the first semi-final after this. In the 73 kilo category, that is Tommy Macias of Sweden faces Tato Grigalashvili of Georgia. Is that the young boy?
Yes.
Grigalashvili, what a hero he could turn out to be.
Oh, I think so.
I think we got Macias is going to be the anti-hero. You watch.
Off that cloud that he's floating on right now, because that is definitely a bit of excitement for him.
This could be too big an ask for the young man. Faces the number 1 seed in the semi-final, and there's a lot of expectation for Grigalashvili.
Seems to have a big pair of shoulders to be able to cope with it, though, and he seems to be sort of rising to the occasion in this stadium with the support that he's getting from the Georgians. He just loves. It definitely looks like the performer.
Well, these two are well suited, Naranku and Kershev. They both have no difficulty in engaging and being close. Not at all perturbed about that. Oh, nice effort there from the Mongolians. Had the sleeves of Kershev wrapped up. Almost took him over. Arthur Margelidon of Canada has won his quarterfinal down on mat number 2, the Canadian into the semi-final of the under 73 kilo category. Well, we may not have the biggest names in judo, but there's some good competitors here. Molai of Iran is on the mat now against Kalkamanuli of Kazakhstan. That's a good contest there. We're watching Naranku, newcomer, against Kershev. We've seen him before. Tommy Masias, we know well. He's up against Grigalashvili next. That should prove to be a good contest. Alan Kubetsov of Russia is up against Georgi Papanashvili of Georgia. So, there's some useful fighters here. Nice turn from the Mongolian. Hasn't quite trapped Wally Kershev as yet and couldn't complete the turnover for the Osaikomi. Still feeling the effects of that clash earlier on. Kershev just holding on to his mouth a little bit. Naranku, I'm sure that there was a really high quality fighter, I think it was about 81 kilos, called Naranku from Mongolia in the past. I'm going to have a quick look at that, because on the occasions that we've been visiting Mongolia, he's been around as part of the welcoming team and the organising committee, someone with the same name.
Well, just over half a minute left in this contest. Still in a position it could go either way. Naranku has had that just that little bit longer to get over the disappointment of not getting into that final. We know Kukusev really was upset and is now finding himself in the repechage. Still a medal to gain. Naranku looking for Sutemi Waza, more convincing for the Niwaza. Well, we're now into the golden score. No Shido apiece. No scores yet. Both athletes looking quite tired out there now. A lovely drop Sianagi there. Naranku, great start, very positive in the golden score, and a lovely counter once more. That's two major attacks there for the Mongolian. Well, Ozari there given to Kuziev. And he takes a place in the bronze medal final.
Okay. Naranku not able to get past Kershev. That puts him out, but we'll see Wally Kershev in the bronze medal contest. Right, we've got the semi-final, the first of the semi-finals in the under 73 kilo category. Tommy Macias of Sweden is up against Tato Grigalashvili of Georgia. It's Macias in the white judogi, Grigalashvili in blue, and a welcome to everyone on that famous social media website, Facebook. Hello, Facebook viewers, just in time for this semi-final. Well, there's the big cheer.
Well, the support is there in full for this 17-year-old making his debut in this semi-final against the number 1 seed, Tommy Macias. Grigalashvili defeated Putbull of Israel. Also Kursiev, who's in the final of the bronze medal now. Garcia coming under, the head dropped under there. Georgian totally dismissing that action. Grigalashvili, as you can see, changing the grip, coming under the arm. Draw show of that switch there, looking to shove forward. Oh, and a switch to the Ochigari. It was something that was set up, but he just didn't get it right.
I got that the wrong way. They initially gave that to Grigalashvili, but that was Macias.
Definitely
the score.
Macias there.
A few boos from the crowd. That was Macias.
Well, this
for
puts
me.
Macias in the lead.
Yeah.
And the pressure now on this young Georgian, 17 years of age. You can see left hand wrapping over his opponent's arm. Hips through. Grigalashvili taking that sleeve. Still looking very promising though out there. And the crowd behind him all the way. Georgian really needs to just take control of the grips at this moment. Macias is dominating the match at the moment here. Throws that arm there now, this right hand high on the collar, putting Macias under a little bit of pressure. Shido been awarded to Macias for ducking under. Once more he's trying for that high collar grip. This comes around the back, just clipping there on the front of the foot.
Inside the last minute here.
Another strong.
It's going to go again.
That belt and he's got his hips through and he needs to drive. Oh, just not enough. Got to come back up. Needs to stay on his feet. He's got a chance of coming back into this contest.
Yeah,
Oh, well, they had to do a gutsy move there. He went for the Kosoto, totally missed it.
Nice turn.
A lovely turn.
Beautifully felt. You know,
He anticipated
yeah,
it so well.
a real touch thing.
Yes.
He felt that and he took advantage of it immediately. So quick, yeah.
He threw the arm over and he tried to hook in, but lost the grip, lost that hook, and Kosoto got smacked right on his back. But that's what you're going to see when you're down and you've got seconds to go. Oh, it planted him so well.
As he was moving forward, he was already collapsing.
Yes.
That was before Macias went with the attack. He was already collapsing. So everything in Macias' body would have told him, take him in that direction.
If he'd connected with the Ouchigari, he would have had something to lever on.
Exactly, absolutely right. Yeah, nothing there.
He lost his balance because there was nothing to drive off of.
Owen Livesey is up next. He faces Mbako Avaliani of Georgia. It's Livesey in the white judogi, Avaliani in blue. This is a repechage contest in the under 81 kilo category. Interest again for the home crowd here.
Well, they've definitely been vocal here for the past couple of days. Lovely drop Sianagi there from Livesey. Very deep. Just didn't have that finish, the drive at the end. Obviously right hand coming round deep onto the belt. Avellani, nice attack there.
It just so happens that we've got both Livesies on again. Timing is everything.
All the way through, isn't it? Judo now awarded to Livesey. A little bit apprehensive out there. Needs to a little bit more belief in himself. He's capable of throwing and throwing quite big. Avellani just breaking up that strong defense arm of Livesey. As it comes over the top of the arm, breaking the lock. Livesey's got it.
Oh, spun him.
Really
yes.
Nice attack there. Livesey taking a Wazari.
Minute 20 odd to hang on to this. And I know it sounds a bit rough, but that's what it's going to be.
It's going to be a battle of grips here, and he's got to stay very positive on that grips.
Because here comes Avaliani.
Avaliani is not going to take that lightly, and he's going to now start stepping this up to the next level, changing the pace of the contest. Drop under there from Livesey.
Okay. Attacks that can last a little bit longer than that, and by that I mean that can engage Avaliani on the ground is what really needed now to burn up some of that minute that's left. Picked up a single Shido early on. There's the chance on the ground now, and I know that
He's got to work in there deep.
Make it look busy.
And he is actually quite strong in the Niwaza, but just lost out and taken that arm.
Oh, that's not clever, is it?
A poor drop there, under a bit of pressure at this moment.
Half a minute left to go.
One Shido.
Yeah.
Can't afford to do another one of those.
Got to try and work on the ground here.
Now, this is where he can
area.
Up the clock, working on the ground. Doesn't really capitalise on that position.
He didn't have a chance. They called referee called Mate. Time running out here for Avaliani.
Avaliani's there with that arm over the top is very dangerous, and Livesi's got to be careful.
That's it
there.
now.
Well, that's a good win for Livesi, who goes into the bronze medal final.
Unfortunately, we can't say the same for his sister, who lost out on mat 2. She lost her repechage contest. Right, we've got one more contest on mat 1 to bring you. It's going to be the first of the semi-finals in the under 81 kilo category. Victor Penalba of Brazil will face Denis Kalanin of Russia. It'll be Penalba in the white judogi, Kalanin in blue. That's coming up as soon as these two have left the tatami. Meanwhile, up on mat number 2, we've got the second semi-final in the under 63 kilo category. Magdalena Krasakova of Austria faces Andrea Leszki of Slovenia. Right, Penalba and Kalanin. He hasn't looked at his best yet, Penalba, and yet here he is in the semi-final.
That's true.
Kalanin, however, is going to test him. The young Russian is going to give him quite a test, I think.
And he's had a real battle all the way up, hasn't he? Well, the Brazilian comes out really fighting now for this position. A lot sharper than he has looked in previous matches. Kalanin throws that. That's the danger. That left hand that comes over the top. Slight height advantage over his opponent. But you can see Brazilian holding that sleeve down. Tactically working from that grip. There, first grip on the lapel, quickly dismissed. Oh, as she was coming through with the hip. A good combination. Oh, Nakoso to Gek! And Ippon. So the top seed goes out. It was that left hand high collar grip where it's been dropped down to Wazari, so it's got a chance of coming back from that. Superb bit of judo.
Well, there's plenty of time for Penalba. The difficulty now is to overcome and get through the defence of Kalanin. Kalanin has picked up a single Shido, so he can burn one more in this 2-minute period if he has to. I suppose the other option is that Kalanin may throw him again, and this time it would be for Ipan.
Kalanin is very dangerous when he gets that left hand high up onto the collar. He comes over the back, and those long legs come right through. We've seen it a couple of times throughout the day. Very, very dangerous. With lovely drop.
Ooh.
Oh, he was so close with that drop Sianagi there. Perfect position, but just lost the lapel grip. Lovely as she was.
There he goes over now.
Awazari now. A piece. Penalba there taking that left sleeve and working off that. That seems to be the secret. Once more.
Kalanin may have blown this.
Well, his danger is that left hand. If he can get the left hand on, he can throw anyone from that position. Very, very powerful. But now Brazilian has really got that, and he can take that sleeve down. This, as you can see once more.
Not quite.
Just not enough leverage, just didn't get that lift and lost his footing. Oh, Chigari, oh, superb!
Yep.
What a finish.
That's the class of the fighter. To come back from being almost down and out.
Almost thrown for a pond, yes.
Yep.
Wonderful technique. What a finish. Hopefully see that again.
Yep, Victor Penalba proving that when the going gets tough, he can get going. He was almost gone. Right, we've moved up to mat number 2 now, because that's the last of the judo that we've got up there. We just saw the end of Magdalena Krasakova of Austria making her way into the final. Now, we could reasonably have expected an Austrian to be in the final of the under 63 kilo category with Catherine Unterwerzach,
Yes.
Unterwerzach as the number 1 seed, but surprisingly it is Krasakova who's made her way into the final. Good luck to her. Marco Spitko must be pleased. We're watching the contest now in the under 70 kilo category, a repechage contest between Natasha Ausma of the Netherlands. She faces Elena Prokopenko of Russia. It's Ausma in the white judogi, Prokopenko in blue. Chance for the Uranagi here. Ausma isn't finished with her Uchimata effort. Anyway, referee decides to call Mate. Ausma still leads by that single Wazari with a little over 2.5 minutes left to go. Topinalba won his semi-final. That put him into the final, and we'll find out who it is that he'll face right at the end of this next session that we've got, because Saeed Mollaei of Iran will face Alan Kubetsov of Russia. Two minutes gone. It's Ausma still leading with that single Wazari. Prokopenko is not afraid of attempting the counters. Ausma manages to get the attack in, but Prokopenko blocks and then attempts the counter, but Ausma hasn't quite finished yet. And there's the danger that Prokopenko can still be caught. Inside the last minute now. She was looking for that counter again there, but poor position, and just she only succeeded in pulling Ausma on top of her. Thought about the Ashiwaza there. Prokopenko had a little stab at it, then came across on the right side for that low Taia Toshi, but that didn't come off. Ausma managed to block that. 20 odd seconds left to go. One last go at this then. Ausma in no rush to grip up. Can't blame her. Well, she just can't stand there. Got to give it a go. Once the technique had been blocked, was down to Prokopenko to try and come up with that counter, but she just hung in there and missed that opportunity. Well, Ausma it is who manages to score early. And then hang on for about 3 minutes to take that contest. She'll fight for a bronze medal in the under 70 kilo category. Well, the next contest is Maria Portela of Brazil. She faces Gershak Sabina of Hungary. It's Portela in the white judogi, Gershak in blue. That little Kojigari was what brought Prokopenko down onto her side, and that was the only score in the contest. So it's Maria Portela of Brazil in the white judogi, Gershak Sabina of Hungary in blue. It's the first of the semi-finals in the the second semi-final in the under 70 kilo category. had the first of the semi-finals. That was Elvis Mar Rodriguez defeating Anna Bernholm. So the winner of this will fight Elvis Mar Rodriguez, and it very well could be another head-to-head between Portela and Rodriguez. They've gone head-to-head a few times. They come from the same continental union, with Portela coming from Brazil and Rodriguez coming from Venezuela. My neighbour.
Go for a cup of tea.
It's only 12 miles away.
Really?
Yeah, you could swim if you were strong, I suppose. Few people have tried.
Really?
Yeah. It's called the Bocas.
Very poor attack there. Portela with the drop. Cianagi wasn't convincing enough. I'm not sure of how the referee will react to that. Gosek. It's a real height advantage here. A real promising young athlete from Hungary. Years of age, and in this semi-final here, Portela.
Was it Portela that picked up the penalty then? Sorry.
Yes. Well, both of them now got a Shido apiece. So one more would result in the hand Sokimaki, so it's very close now. But Gosek, I think. Well, have taken the Shido off Portela. Just leaving the pressure now on Gosek.
When you see them as cadets and then they continue into their senior careers, it appears that they've been around forever. And Gershak is a busy
She's been a very busy young
yeah.
athlete, hasn't she?
Yeah.
And hitting every benchmark possible on this road to this Grand Prix here. Junior world champion. Just seems like 2015, a couple of years ago. Still 1 year in the juniors remaining for Gershak.
Oh dear. This does not bode well for Gershak. Yeah.
Nope, and there's the final Shido been awarded. What's quite nice to see and refreshing, Gershak there, even though she's young, she's got a career in front of her, she's still bitterly disappointed she didn't get into that final.
I don't think
she came out to win that.
I don't think I've ever seen her enter a competition where she didn't think she was going to win. She's a supremely confident young woman, and she genuinely believes that she's the best. Well, she'll have another contest later this afternoon when she fights for the bronze medal in the under 70 kilo category. We've got another repechage contest now. This time it's in the under 73 kilo category for men. It's Sam van der Westende of the Netherlands. He's up against Jansei Smagulov of Kazakhstan. It's van der Westende in the white judogi and Smagulov in blue. Out of Estender almost coming up with a score on the left-hand side. I'm sure there was a contest earlier on where he didn't come out with the strapping on his head. I think he came out in the first one, and then
Out in the first one, and with Fernandez from Portugal, I think that was the one
Yeah,
that
he
didn't come out with the bandage.
yeah, it was odd that he would have.
It might be
Taking it
protecting
off.
an ear or something
Yeah.
like that, sort of a cauliflower ear more than a cut.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, lovely.
Oh,
on
well,
there.
well. Smagolov coming up with the big score.
It'd be nice to see the highlight of that.
There you go.
Uchimata,
Yeah.
textbook. Broke that grip and fired straight in with the Uchimata. You can't say much about that one, other than fantastic.
Right. Coming up next, Gyostjan Baboyev of Uzbekistan faces Artur Margelidon of Canada. It's Baboyev in the white judogi, Margelidon in blue.
Well, Baboyev there with the right hand on the lapel. First to grip up. Canadian drawing himself down into the Niwaza. Felt obviously a little bit uncomfortable down there. Baboyev now trying to turn his opponent over. Once again, Baboyev there with that right hand on the lapel, controlling quite nicely as he hooks in with the Uchimata. Combination following through.
He does pick up a score. It's an awkward angle that we had there. You can't
Yes,
really see.
how that landed,
Yeah.
but picked up the Wazari for that. Oh, a lovely switch there. The Canadian did so well to fool his opponent.
Baboyev had to be
Baboyev really
like a
had
cat to
do
avoid
well
that.
to avoid
Yeah.
that one. Totally fooled him.
Such a nice move. I thought
It was graceful,
he was
wasn't it?
about
It
to
was
finish him off there.
Totally took him off the wrong direction. Well, just under 2 minutes left in this contest. Baboyev leading with the Wazari. Again, an attempt. Looked to be the Uchimata, but fell too quickly to the ground. Baboyev there in the Niwaza now looking for possible opportunity. You can see the legs caught up, but he's got that leg out now, but just lost all control. But the Shimiwaza was there. He was
He wasn't going to give it up, was
He
he?
wasn't giving it up. He wanted him down there, and he was looking for that shimiwaza. Uchimata attempt again, but got to be careful going out.
He called Mate. Yeah.
Upon Sianagi. Looked. That was a little bit dangerous there. I don't know what Baboyev was thinking about at that split second, but really looked in trouble for a short time there in the ground. So just over half a minute left in this contest. Baboyev leading with Atwazari. Canadian piling the pressure on. Forward attack switching to the rear. As we've seen earlier on, totally fooled Baboyev with the direction he was moving. And another poor attack with seconds to go, dropping into the ground. And that was his last chance there. Oh, Margelidon there just lost out on a few opportunities. Missed some real crucial areas in the Niwaza, and also that switch was so close but didn't have the conviction that he started off with. It needed to be a little bit more gutsy out there, but a great win. Baboyev that goes into
the final, yeah.
I'm just seeing who he's got. Marcius, Sweden in the final, so that'll be a very interesting match.
Right, coming up next, the repechage contest in the under 81 kilo category. Aziz Kalkamanuli of Kazakhstan faces Georgi Papunashvili of Georgia. It's Kalkamanuli in the white judogi, Papunashvili in blue.
Kazakhstan here trying to break through the defences of Papunashvili of Georgia in the blue. As you can see, he's really flustered. Kalkamanuli flustered with that grip on the sleeve. It's taking a little bit of time there to try and adapt. Already just seconds in this contest, picks up first Shido. And they have the shimiwaza. I'm not quite sure from this angle whether it's on the chin, but the referee had a good glimpse at that and called mate. But still Papunashvili putting the pressure on his opponent. Kazakhstan just drops underneath again. Looks to more of a panic. Now both opting for similar grip. They've got Kazakhstan got that left on the lapel, looking very strong. He comes in for the Sianagi, one of the strongest attacks he's put in this match. Very effective from that lapel grip. First time he's really managed to get his own. It's Mori opts for that lapel. Georgian coming in with the drop Sianagi. Sianagi driving off once more. That's the danger for the Kazakhstan. That drop Sianagi's just getting that little bit deeper.
I thought that was his name for a minute, driving off.
Driving off. Be a great name.
I looked up on the board there. Didn't see him this morning in the lineup.
Well, Kazakhstan's put in quite a bit of work here. It's got quite a few drops that were good entries, but really just didn't get the power at the end. Once more, he's got that left hand on the lapel, trying to draw his opponent onto him. He comes this time for the Tai Toshi.
Has a look at the referee after the score.
Gets the score. Just needs to get that leg out, but
he's happy.
He's quite happy to get a score.
And he's happy to stay down there, let the clock tick away. There was no real effort at the Osai Waza, was there?
No,
you know, he had one hand out there, just stuck the leg in. It was as though he was saying, well, you know, do what you like, but I'm not getting up.
Once more, he's got that hand on the lapel. Throws the right hand over the top.
Just spoiling him now.
It's the first time this last minute is where he's just come into his own now, taking real control. Shido. Oh, so close.
And if Papanashvili had scored there,
they would have gone into
golden score, yeah. Oh, well, he just sneaks past him. Did enough, managed to hang on, and it'll be Kalka Manuli to fight for the bronze medal in the under 81 kilo category. And it's in that 81 kilo category that we're going to have the last of the contests in this first part of the day. It'll be the second semi-final. We've seen the first semi-final. That was Victor Penalba winning out and going into the final. Well, he's going to face the winner of the upcoming contest between Said Molai of Iran and Alan Kubetsov of Russia. It'll be Molai in the white judogi, Kubetsov in blue.
Second semi-final, the 81 kilos. It's on his way now. Malai had a outstanding performance in Baku. Oh, that was a good strong attack.
Tried to ambush him there, didn't he? Arm around the neck very quickly, but it just slipped off.
Iranian trying to get that arm right over the top there, as you can see, hooking in on the belt, then trying to draw the hips through, but you can see Russian just pushing out, and he'll get a well, there was a lot of defense there from the Russian as well, pushing out. Both should have really picked up Ashido for that. Lovely Ochigari attempt there from the Russian. Betsyov just looking a little bit negative at this moment. He's just all about the grips and controlling. Moliev again throwing that left hand higher onto the collar, drawing his opponent's left sleeve across his chest. Real right angle there. Also Tagari there from the Russian. Looking for the right opportunity to hook in. Betsov looking for that Oso Tagari, but a bit apprehensive of going for it. There's a real battle going on here now. Both looking a little bit vulnerable there. .45 seconds left in this semi-final. Oh gosh, lovely attack there. The hips come through so deep, but the arm was left out. Didn't get the same amount of leverage that he needed. But a head dive. Moliev and a hand Sokumaki for that, so the win goes to Betsyov.
Let's have a look and see how that happened, yeah.
Hips come through and he put his head down to try and avoid it.
You see with the hand as well. Well, that was unfortunate because Malay, it looked like a tidy fighter. You know, he causes people some difficulties, but that was an error on his part.
He's had some great matches throughout the day, so for me, I thought he would have made it through to the final. Hence have marked him down.
Right, now just before we go, just before we take a break, I know Loretta's filled out all the sheets and everything, so you may want to, you know, update people with things that you've seen or who we've got to look forward to? What do you think?
Well, we've got quite a few.
Choice is yours.
We've got a few to really look forward. I think for 70 kilos, that's going to be an outstanding final.
Rodriguez
there.
and
Rodriguez has
Portela,
got to be the top favourite. I think both of them have been very consistent all the way through into the final. They've not been sparkling. They've not been they're not ones that have shone through that weight category. In fact, there's been a few others. Gershek, I thought, was fantastic. Her performance was solid all the way through.
Bernholm.
Bernholm
Happy
again.
for her. Yeah.
Another, but they're in for the bronze medal finals on it, both sides, on different sides, so that's good. So the possibility of coming through for a bronze medal.
What about in the
weight
63 kilo category?
63s.
We've got an Austrian in the final, as expected. There was an Austrian in the final, but it wasn't the Austrian that we expected, because Unterwürzacher went out in the semi-final to Edwige Gwend, and it was Magdalena Krasakova who came up through the other side, and she made it through. She will face Edwige Gwend in the final. That's an interesting one for the Austrians.
For me, Gwend.
Yeah.
I think she's
strong
today.
fighter.
She's been very positive, and she's looked good out there today.
I think the physical nature of Krasakova is a really interesting conundrum now, because this is a different kind of fighter from Catherine Unterwürzacher, who's quite a thrower. She manages to throw people, but Krasakova is a physical specimen. Very, very interesting way that she uses her physique. I think that will be an interesting one. That's the final. Who have we got in the final of the under 73 kilo category for men?
73. Marcias again.
Number one seed. There you go.
Seed.
Yeah. Is he the only number one seed? No, Elvis Mar Rodriguez has made it through as well, and Penalba.
Yeah.
Well, poor old, who was it? Unterwürzacher is the only one who fell then, the only number one seed. So Tommy Macias, and he's up against Baboyev of Uzbekistan. Okay, that's a good one. You picked him out this morning.
Again, picked him out.
Missed that. Yeah, he had a
the young
tough
Georgia
go.
He was an outside chance there for a place, and didn't even get in close to the medals, which was quite sad.
And in the under 81 kilo category, we've just saw Alan Kubetsov making his way through the final. He defeated Molay of
I think Kubetsov
Iran.
might do it today.
Okay, because Penalba hasn't been super, has he?
He hasn't been firing on all cylinders, what I would call, but he's been consistent. He's showing the maturity of the fighter that he is. But Kubetsov he's just been a little bit different. He's been a bit better class here today.
There you go, four sheets beautifully filled out by Loretta Cusack-Doyle. That keeps us up to date. We look forward to your company in a little over an hour and a half from now. But from Loretta, myself, and Mr. Matthias, bye for now.
Bye-bye.